Hey everybody, what's going on? Welcome to the TwoToneMurphy channel. I'm Gibbo. I'm just checking the audio. Oh, it's a bit loud, isn't it? How are yous? You're very welcome again. What a stint we had last night. We're here for day 2 of FlightSimExpo, of course, in the Rio Las Vegas. And yeah, what a stint we had last night. I mean, that was a long one, 6 hours. Fair play to you. For those of you that managed to stay with me the whole course, I don't know how you did it. I don't know how I did it, but we got there in the end, and it was actually a lot of fun. I mean, there was so much that was covered, wasn't there, yesterday? I mean, where do you start? There was Wing, there was Bluebird with their 757, their 767, their 787, there was Navigraph with VATSIM integration, there was even Say Intentions with their price drop. I mean, there was just too much to mention. There was lots going on, and a lots more again today. So really excited to have you. Thanks so much for joining us and for your time. And it was interesting today, actually, wasn't it? We started to see a lot of streamers actually live stream from the show floor at FlightSimExpo, and we'll be doing exactly the same our own way shortly when we move over live to TwoToneMurphy, who'll be giving us a walk around and showing us what's going on actually over there. In about an hour and 50 or so, we will be moving over to join Jorg and Seb, who will be giving us an update, a dev update on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Cannot wait. I mean, we've seen 2 trailers so far, haven't we? And not really much else. And I think we've got lots more questions than we do have answers. So hopefully we get some of those answered today. So cannot wait to see what they have in store. And from all reports I've been getting, the Microsoft team have been hard at work at it. There wasn't much sight of them yesterday, I believe, as they were prepping everything for the shop floor and also the presentation today. So cannot wait for that. In about an hour and 50 minutes or so, we'll see that. So I'm going to jump into the chat and say a quick hello to you all. Did you see actually as well what was going on today? There was a panel discussion for streamers and content creators. We'll have more on that just in a moment as well. But I want to say hello to you all. You're so good for joining me. I'll be very quick as I can be. And as before, the chat is going pretty fast, so I'll try and get through it really quick. All right, so it's already moved from me. Brilliant. Willow, how much? You're the first one in. Thank you so much for joining us, as well as Zythi. Joe is here as well. Great to see you. We have Spitfire, Fierce Wolf, Leptorius is here. Onboard Simulations, very good afternoon, good evening to you all. Goblin Zeus is here, of course. Muse fan, how are you? You're prepping yourself for disappointment for the Microsoft 2024 announcements. Any news should be good news. Ooh, okay. Well, we'll come back to you on that a little later, Muse, and see how you feel, if you're happy with what you've heard. Spitfire RAF is here. Quasi Core is here, of course. PH Roy, again, is here. Fantastic to see you. Thanks so much for jumping in. Shirley Dev. Druma32 is here. Hemmingbird, how are you? Oh, okay. I told my Aussie friend a joke today, but he didn't understand it right away. Must have been Adelaide response. Oh, okay. Hummingbird, I like it. I like it inside. Okay, right. Toto, how are you? Cyrus T, great to see you. Good evening, sir. And we've got loads more. Super Ty, you're everywhere. You're modding on many different streams. And I'm sure you've got 4 windows open looking at everybody's stream. I don't know how you do it. But thanks for being here. Great to see you. Lucas is here as well. Lucas, good evening. Eagle Airways, good evening, Aaron. Hope you're doing well. Great to see you. Orange Icing is here, of course. Crying Zonda. Professor Siege is here as well. We've got everybody. The band is back together for sure. Soaring AJ, how are you? AJ, great to see you. Thanks for jumping in. Oz Flight Simmer, how are you? Great to see you. What's going on, Shane? I guess you're not at the expo, like we're setting a trend. Shane, is what I like to think of it. You know, the remote virtual being in attendance. You know, you actually save a fortune. I'm not gonna lie. Echo Tango, how are you? Let's go again. Yeah, Echo Tango. I don't know how you did it. You're an hour ahead of me. It was 2:30 a.m. last night, I think, before I finished up. And you're an hour ahead, so kudos for staying till the end. Airlock Doc, King Gibbo, and another stream with no announcement. I almost mispledging myself to the game. Airlock, great to see you. Dan is here as well. And Paparazzi, hiya everybody. Thank you, Gibbo and CTM, for streaming this and keeping the community together and informed. You're very welcome. I got to play that tune again because it's a nice one. Great to have you, Paparazzi. I guess you're at the expo. We met each other last year at the expo in person, so hopefully you're there again. Let us know how you're finding it if you are. And then over on YouTube, we've got 120 viewers on YouTube. Great to see you, folks. Thanks so much for jumping in. Those who said hello is the Ghost. Ghost, you're first in. Great to see you. Thanks so much. Mewie's here. Jepson, the man, the myth, the legend, is at the expo as well. So hopefully we'll get to see a bit of Jepson as Murf does his little walk around soon. So Jepson, great to have you, and I hope you're enjoying the expo. Lowtech 420 is here. Lowtech says, keep up the great work, Gibbo. One man, LOL. So Lowtech, appreciate the support. Guys, you're helping me through this. You know, we'll get through it together. You'll forgive my many mistakes. I'm sure I've already made a few. But you know, the man himself will be back before we know it. So let's try and enjoy the pieces. That's how I think. Amin, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, welcome in. Great to have you again, and thanks for being here. Night at Night is here as well as Shuffle Shoes John and Colonel Fork. After this weekend, Gibbo's owed many pints. I do agree. In fact, it's no longer pints, it's kegs. Okay, we've moved on to kegs. Keg holds what, 90 pints, 96 pints, something like that. So yeah, I'm counting it in kegs now at this stage. I won't get a penny. I won't get a pint. You know, it's like pulling teeth. We have Maverick again. You're great for being here again, Maverick. Thanks for joining us. Kevin Riley, Kozaki, great to see you. Thank you, Gibbo. Not just your man over there. Yes, you know, much more than this face. Yeah. Okay. Philippe Garcia's here. Philippe, great to see you. Shirley Dev, you're over on YouTube as well. Swedish Guy Flies, great to have you. Thanks for jumping in. Saren and T Gladman are here as well. Piat, how are you? Great to see you again. You jumped in a little later yesterday. Great to see you. It's been a while. Matty is here. Hello. He says hello, Two-Tone and everyone. And let's see, Mr. Fidel is here as well. And have I missed anyone? Bagels is here too. I think that's pretty much. Cos Stevens is here. Mr. Anderson is here. Kieran is here. And V Sky Check is here as well. So very, very welcome indeed. Thank you so much, folks. I can hear Murf actually figuring things out in my ear, so I'm trying not to get distracted. But yes, day 2 of FlightSimExpo. So there was a lot going on. It started bright and early at 9 o'clock again today, where really the focus shifted from the product announcements, which was on the main stage, to the exhibit hall, where as you know by now, you get those hands-on experiences. You get to walk the floor from everybody who's got booths set up. But not just the booths, there's Q&As, there's seminars, there's workshops that you can attend as well. And one of them was a content creator workshop as well, which our friend TwoToneMurphy as well as Learn to Fly were co-hosting, where they had a number of panelists across, that were content creators and streamers. So we'll touch base with Murf as to how that went as well. He did well. So, and One Fly Air, thanks for streaming FSExpo. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Two-Tone, you've changed. Yes, let's not answer the question if it's for the better or the worse. You know, I can't do much, but yes, we just want to bring you some coverage, folks, and get some insight. I think that there's a lot of, from my experience, sidebar conversations that go on at these things. You know, a few drinks are hot, the tongues loosen up. So it'll be interesting again to pick Murph's brains as to what he has learned, what insights he can give us, what maybe slipped that he might be able to share. Who knows? We'll see what happens. So without further ado, I think we might jump over and see how he's getting on. He is still desperately trying to figure things out. There is a shocking carpet, I gotta say. Yeah, you'll see what I mean now in a moment. At FlightSimExpo, but let's jump over and see straight away if we can catch up with Murf. So stand by. Murf, how are you?
You can hear me, right?
You're live on the stream, and we can see some lovely shoes. How are you?
Right, so it's a shoe stream. Well, I tell you, I'm just trying to get the audio to work right, and I've no idea why it's broken, but we're getting there, right?
Yeah.
It's because it's using the phone audio. If anyone knows how to use Android, how do you turn it off like the phone microphone to like something else? That's my conundrum.
Live streaming at its best here, Murf. Yeah, live troubleshooting. Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I mean, that's what we do, right? But why isn't it connecting? It's like we will get there. I just need to override it or something.
So, folks, we are bringing you the expo live. You can see the lovely carpet and some. Are they your shoes? They're not your shoes. No, they're someone else's shoes. They're Scott's shoes. They're Scott. There's AS Old Veteran as well as Adam.
We identify by shoes, right?
Yeah. Okay. These are not Crocs.
I really.
They're a subset of Crocs, aren't they? Oh,
they're just beautiful.
Oh, dear.
What I'll do, right? I'm going to give you a headache because I'm going to go away for a minute just to see can I fix this one last time.
We're gonna. We'll leave you to it, and sure, we'll talk to you in a little while. Okay.
Yeah. Sweet. Thanks, man.
The joys of live stream. Oh dear, that's shocking. The joys of live streaming. I'm going to move that away, and I'm going to stay in the screen actually, folks, because I do want to catch you up on what we've seen while Murf figures that out. So the schedule for today, and I'm going to make this a little bit bigger, just so you can get a flavor as to what went on. They're a bit crockish looking for. They are Muse. They are. I didn't want to say that because I wasn't sure whose shoes they were, but anyway. So look, this is what's going on today over at the Rio Las Vegas, and yeah, we're halfway through the morning local time, I'd say. So a number of these things have already completed, but they've broken the day up into workshops, as I say, throughout the day from 10 to half 4, where there's home building cockpits, X-plane design workshops, and a VR experience center. Hopefully we'll get to see some of that now when Murf figures his technology out. There's also a space presentation as well, which is at booth 525. Then they're doing a show tour themselves. Then there's a Avia planner presentation, if I could even speak, at booth 302. And then there's evening activities as well. So if I look into the seminars, so there's as I say, some of these have been completed already. So the first, I think, 4 by now have been completed. And this was one where it was a content creator panel, as I mentioned before. And I don't think we can show much of it, unfortunately, because I don't think the expo really wants us to show it. But here's a quick little still, if you like, of that session, which I tuned in for. As I say, it was co-hosted by Murf, as well as Ford Learn to Fly over on the right. So from left to right, we have Murf, of course. We have Blue. We have Mark, we have Jamie from London Controller, we have our very own Alison Johnson, of course, we have XP72, SimFanatic, and Howard from Forder Learns to Fly. So it was a great conversation. They spoke a lot about how they prepare for streams. There was mention of press-ups involved and so forth. And Old Veteran, you've posted a short video. Brilliant. So thanks for that on our Discord. Thank you for that, Scott. Yeah, so it was a really interesting conversation, and there was interaction from the crowd as well, being able to ask questions. So they really get into some of the nuts and bolts as to what's involved, how they prepare, the technology they use, their technique for figuring out what they're going to stream, how they build their brand and reputation. So it was an interesting conversation. So if you signed up, by the way, it's $15 to sign up for the online pass for the entire weekend. A lot of this material is on demand. So if you've missed it, that's okay. You can go back and rewatch it. And in fact, you can go back and rewatch the entire product announcements, which we covered last night, all 5.5 hours of it. Here, as I say, it is a VOD on their website. So it was interesting as well. So we had, the technology was there or thereabouts for us yesterday. Could have been better, right? The Wi-Fi definitely played its part. And from what I'm seeing from some of the other streamers that have covered the show floor this morning, it's kind of similar. So we're doing our best. There's only so much we can do, but we'll do our absolute best to try and bring you as high quality coverage as possible. But they were experiencing it as well, so we'll figure it out. Let's see what else. Yeah, so this is the show floor. So let's just make it a little bigger for you. Again, this is on the FSExpo website, and it gives you a good flavor for how it's orientated. So in comparison to last year at Houston, where we 2 separate areas, 2 separate ballrooms, if you like, or hangars, even if they were, and then other off-site areas. Here at Las Vegas, it's all together. So here is, if I can make it a little bigger so you can see. Oh, that's very big. Oh, brilliant. This website's actually pretty good. So the way that they have it set up is that in the Brasilia ballroom is where all the seminars are occurring. So when Murf and team of other content creators were presenting, that's where they were located. And then outside of that, we've got the Miranda ballroom where the Friday welcome reception was. And then there's another ballroom where they have the banquet. I think, Scott, you were there enjoying the banquet and some fancy food, I'm sure. And then here is the main area. So believe it or not, this is massive, absolutely massive. I understand you'll definitely need a couple hours to properly cover it all, probably a couple days, and hence why it's a weekend operation. But there's lots going on here, which we're excited to show you live from Murf in a moment. So just jumping in, the setup at Microsoft Flight Sim by far, you know, the Microsoft team have the biggest area on the show floor. Their setup involves a lot of Xboxes with, I think it's Velocity hardware. We'll see that in a moment when Murf goes over there. There's Chewy, there's CD, and there's Jane and Jorg and Seb, of course, as well. So hopefully we'll get to hear from those. So they by far have the biggest booth. And then across from them, we have our friend Raul from FS Reborn. So we'll be touching base with Raul. He has perhaps some news to share with us as well. So he gets a nice pride of place spot right there across from a high traffic area of the Microsoft Flight Sim booth. Across from them, then there's Orbex. SoFly are there. SoFly were on the main stage yesterday, and they're announcing their Cabin Announcements Pro new feature for 2024, which is their AI cabin announcements as well. So other than that, though, the other thing that I just wanted to call out to you, just so you were aware, was the content creator area. So QA Pilot, unfortunately, was not able to make the expo in the end this year, but he still did a huge amount in terms of his levels of organizing and setting up and supporting a lot that's going on across the expo as well. So there is a media partner lounge right here, right in the middle of things, where a lot of streamers and content creators will be doing activities over the weekend. They will be live streaming. You might have joined in on one or two of them. Joe Fabiano, for example, I tuned in to not so long ago, and he was streaming truck sim. So that's where you want to go, and you can shake hands and with your favorite streamer, and that's where they'll be hanging out for a lot of the time over the weekend. And yeah, that's where Murf should be too. So other than that, there's WinWing as well. Really interested in WinWing. So that for me was one of the highlights of the entire announcements yesterday. There was so much announced from WinWing. So much so, actually, I'm not going to lie, folks, I actually jumped over to the website to see about ordering. Right, I pretty much want everything. Okay, I'm not going to lie. I know it's not on their website yet. So I'll be looking closely for a lot of 7.3 equipment that they announced yesterday. But I'm really interested if Murf can make his way over there and check it out for us. Let me go back to the show floor. Check it out for us, because I know all that is on offer for you to get hands-on time with. So that would be kind of fun. So you're preparing to give them all your money, Naughty? Yeah, you and me both. There has to be a strategy for how we get it past the front door. You know, I like to hide my goods in my car boot until the coast is clear, and then see if it's noticed. You know, oh no, that's been there for a while. Sure, I've always had that. You know, when you get quizzed on it, that's my technique, and 50% of the time it works. So Murf, I know you can hear me, Murf. You're not sharing any video, but see if you can figure that out. The other thing is that I'm just keeping a close eye on the dev update that we'll be tuning into in an hour and a half or so. And this is what we're getting. So, you know, I'm confident it'll be fine. Where they will flick a switch when it's time to go live, and we will get our stream from Jorg and Seb without any hiccups. So there's lots going on, folks. I'd be interested in your thoughts. You know, what did you find was most interesting from the product announcements yesterday? Was there anything that you were expecting, anything that you were not expecting? It seems that the general reaction from various folks was there was a lot that I saw, and there was a lot that I saw that I didn't expect, and there was a lot that I kind of did, and I kind of had seen it already. So what was your takeaway? Was there anything that really floated your boat that you saw yesterday? I'd be curious. There'll be lots of questions to ask the Asobo and Microsoft crew. You hope they're prepared. Yes, absolutely fair. I mean, I don't know if they'll probably open it up to the floor for questions. I don't know if the time will allow. I'd say a lot of folks will be interested in what they want to show and present and see, more than we've seen in the trailer. Naughty says WinWing, Navigraph, and SoFly cabin announcements so far the best things for me. Yeah, absolutely. The Navigraph was huge. VATSIM and Aveo integration, absolutely huge. There's poor Murf trying desperately to connect in. Airlock says WinWing surprises, say intentions, expected the price drop, but thought it would be less than it was. Okay, thought it would be less than it was. Okay, so you're happy with what you saw. So for those that missed it, the $30 per month typical price from Say Intentions has been reduced to $20 per month, which was a nice cap. Thanks, Tarnish. Up the Reds. What did All Veterans say? Price-wise and build quality, I think WinWing are winning. Their booth is packed. Honeymoon was brave and showed up. Yes, I saw that Honeycomb have a booth there. I didn't see it manned. I didn't see it staffed up, so maybe they just set up their booth and took off. But no, it'd be interesting to catch up and see if they're around and if they've got any explanations for what we've witnessed from them in the recent past. Colonel Fork says, from yesterday, combat pilot Micropose B-17G grabbed my attention. 100%. Yeah, what did you make of the other? There was more military stuff, wasn't there? Maybe that was more in the X-plane space, but there's enough to float your boat, I think, for sure, Colonel Fork. Erlock Doc says those Ursa minor sticks also have haptic feedback built in. €60 for an Airbus stick. Awesome deal. The A320 and Boeing stuff. FMC and MCDU, those prices, how? 100%. Yeah, so, we can quickly recap on that if need be. But there was an interesting, let me show you this real quick, because there was an interesting, because as I said, I genuinely really wanted to see the WinWing stuff on their website, what the story was. And here, if I show you their Facebook page, check this out. We recorded a refueling operation trajectory in the air. Isn't that interesting? So look at the size of these bases, though. I mean, can you imagine that on your on your desk? I mean, so I really think force feedback is the way to go for the future. Where you have that extra immersion by having resistance and having force, in your stick. But at the same time, the size of that base, oh dear. What else did WinWing say recently over the past 24 hours? So they're covering their Cyber Taurus joystick base, and that is the what I'm essentially talking about at the moment. By the way, was there a price for that? I think there might have been as well. But that is ginormous. I mean, how would that work? I think you would have to do an under-desk mount for that. And then in addition, then that's back in the May 20th. So yeah, really what we've seen from them has been just them announcing their joystick base, as well as recapping on the pricing. So this is truly phenomenal. Airdoc, you're 100% correct. Like, this pricing, how have they done it? This is not a steal, but it's very fairly priced, isn't it? I don't think much of us can really give out about it. So lots to come, but unfortunately no exact release dates I've seen in terms of when we can expect pre-ordering to open or when even shipping might start. And that's always my slight bit of anxiety with these new product releases. When will shipping start? So yeah, we'll keep a close eye on that. Okay, so Murf, how are you getting on? Are you doing okay over there? Are you still with us? There's grayness on what he's sending me at the moment, which is okay. So I think Murf is okay. Right. Okay. So, folks, it's totally live, as you can tell, but we're going to jump over to Murf and try our best to be able to hear him. So, Murf, it's all go. Let me show the people exactly what you're doing. Oh, the state of them, folks. If you can't hear me, it's going to be kind of fun. So, Murf, it's all you. It's all you if you can hear me, which you can't. So Yes. Yes, we can. Wait, now,
Yeah,
folks.
so
Tell
we'll
me,
have
can
to
you
wait
hear
and
me?
see. Just keep us honest.
Okay, I think we got you now, Murph.
You got us, yeah, 5 by 5. Okay, right, okay. So that, that's why I don't have Android, right? So
I'm
slight
gonna let
delay. That's
Murph take
okay.
it away, folks. So
Okay, you
hopefully
can hear me over
he
there. All right, okay. So
hopefully he
let's
does
go
a
walking.
good job.
Let's see if this works. Okay. So hopefully you can hear me when we're doing things well. So we're going to start off over here. This is the FSExpo Q8 Pilot Media Partner Lounge. So this is pretty much where we're hanging around all day. And we have some options there. A couple of streamers coming in. We have Kenko live streaming at the moment, and I think he's working on the 777, and that's really good. I didn't do any streamer. We did our live panel earlier on, which was a lot of fun. As we move it along, then we have FS Elite. They're parked up here. They also have an event stage over on the far side. Lots of announcements happening there, so that's all pretty good. And as we kind of ramble on, just keep me honest with the audio. So there's some cool stuff here. We have the a lot of motion stuff here. So you have full motion rigs. These guys are checking them out. Real interesting to see. And like when you're sitting in that thing with the likes of VR, it's absolutely incredible. On this side, then you can see G1000s are all hooked up. Main instruments are hooked up. You have a ton of hardware options here that you can just move around and see what they can do, which is sweet. So moving around this, it's busy on both sides, right? So we'll go down this way and then we'll walk in the long way around. It'd be grand, right? Don't trip up or fall now. Muse fan fell over last year. It was brilliant. Hey lads, how's it going? So right, we'll come over this way. And we'll start at the beginning, I suppose, and we'll do a full lap around. I hope you're all ready now. And are we still okay for audio? That's coming through. Yeah. The head in it. Gibbo, the head in it, right? Do you know what's after happening? I need to tell Gibbo. He'll understand it. The Android needs an update. We didn't anticipate that, but it'd be grand. It'd be grand. All right, okay, so we're going to ramble in. Hey, Kando, the very man. Let's go in and say hi. So we just found this mad devil here. Kando, how are you?
Doing?
I love your I love your jersey.
You like it? You want one? I think you can fit in this.
I don't think so.
I have an extra one in the room.
I will.
Yeah, you want it?
Yeah.
I don't think you'll fit.
So tell me, how have you been getting on with the whole FlightSimExpo experience this year?
It's good. It's a little overwhelming. Last year was similar, but this is much more.
And you're working here with Got Friends, right? I mean, you've been looking
Yes, sir.
at their stuff. They've been looking after your stuff. What's happened like?
It's been awesome. We met a few years ago, and I started beta testing stuff for them, and then obviously got a little more real world knowledge. So I helped them out with the logistics of, well, this should actually be like this, and that should be like that. That stuff's fun, and yeah, they always support the stream. They make great products, and the future is bright.
The future is bright. And out of all the things, I suppose, from the announcements yesterday to what you've seen here on the floor, how has everything kind of turned out? Like, what are you most excited for?
I think the introduction of force feedback into flight sim is the patent is lifted and everyone is chasing it down.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of it. I mean, everyone is looking at force feedback. So, you know, the initial buy-in is going to be high because it's so new technology, but in a few years, I wouldn't be surprised if you couldn't get one for $300-400, you know.
That'd be awesome.
Stick.
Try and explain that though. Could you imagine if we had things like that? Never leave the house.
Yeah. No.
Sweet. Okay, we're going to ramble.
Yes.
It's great to see you.
Thank you, guys.
We'll see you soon. All right. Okay. I'm getting the hang of this, Gibbo, slowly but surely there now. Adam's doing a great job and Scott's here on audio. We have a proper team here. This is fantastic stuff. So we'll ramble here. We'll go kind of half slow here now. And you got a second there? Busy? I will come over here. Sorry, I'm just totally interrupting everyone. We got Toby here. We have Sergio here. We have Drew here. Guys, how's Expo going for you so far?
The Expo has been incredible. It's been about 5 years since I've been to one. I'm just so overwhelmed. I don't even know I haven't started live streaming yet. I'm just walking around staring at everything going, ooh, I feel like a little kid again.
Awesome. And Sergio, you were very busy yesterday. I mean, really exciting news coming out. How's what's the feedback been like?
Yeah, well, yesterday I'm wearing a different shirt, so today it's a different job. I'm pulling 2 shifts this weekend. Yeah, yesterday was for MicroPros, and we announced the B17 for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Pretty good feedback from the community. I'm really excited, and I didn't even see anything today. It was just yesterday night. I'm super excited and super happy, and I think the community is receiving it really well.
Nice, nice. And it's great that you're here with Toby, because you guys had a huge announcement yesterday, all the updates coming. What's the future looking like?
Yeah, I mean, we want to bring the camera boost feature to as many games as possible because I think we really cracked that issue. People wanting to look exactly where they want to look beyond that natural range of motion. So the future looks bright, I think, when it comes to immersion and ease of looking exactly where you want to look. So,
wow, nice, nice. And what about yourself? This is your first expo? Were you here last year?
Yeah, we were at Houston as well, both me and Thomas. So this is our second one. So we start to get to know even more people here. So we have some stations here at the National Stall, Microsoft, Thrustmaster, and then F-16 cockpit at the end of the show here. So we're kind of spread out, trying to roam around, help people, ask questions, and so on.
Awesome, awesome. Well, guys, thank you all so much for your time. Enjoy yourselves, and we'll be by the pool later on. Sorry, folks. Okay, we'll just meander in this way. I feel like Martin Rundle, but like I'm clearly better looking. So we have the National E-Stall thing here, right? And this is fascinating because they brought their van, right? And if anyone ever seen the van, Bimbo's Burgers, that's what used to be over it. And so basically you have the National Stall competition, and it's kind of like esports. You now have the E-Stall. So the guys are doing a bit of practice. They're learning some of the techniques of how to do the stuff. We have Burstix in the booth here behind, and he's just talking through everything and how it's all come together. They have a huge presence here, and this is an e-sport. This is a competitive sport that you can do with aviation. And the guys are super informative, really, really nice. And like the state of some of the flying is frightening, you know. But we'll move on this way. We ramble down here. And we're going to get in front of these guys here. And we'll just interrupt and just kind of force our way in. This is Got Friends. And Got Friends have been super busy with their add-ons. You know, we've seen the products coming out for the on Xbox, of course, and also on the PC. So they all look very busy, but look at the state of the setups they have. It's really, really well done. And they all wear these kind of jerseys, right? So depending on who they are, Kando has one, the guys over here have one, and have this walk around scenery. So with Emerald Scenery Design, he'll create a scenery here. And do you know the add-on FS Realistic, right? So that allows you walking mode to actually go around and explore different sceneries, which is great because you can actually go walking mode and see what everything's all about. And they just use a WASD keyboard setup, but it means you can actually walk around and you have the effect of walking around. Jesus, I probably walk like that as well. I have a terrible step or jump, but we'll ramble back to the guys in a bit. Oh, look, they fancy merch as well. Hang on, there's a sticker there now. Hang on, I got 2 stickers. Gibbo, we're going to do a giveaway for 3 stickers. But the Muse said he covered the shipping. So up this neck of the woods, so we got like a food booth up here, and this is really nice because it keeps everyone on site for the whole thing, right? And I've put coasters on every table earlier on, and the 11th floor of the hotel, by the way, has these door open or closed, the ones that I have, which is a lot of fun. And we'll get in lots of trouble when it all comes over. So we'll ramble over here to Navigraph. Great bunch of guys. Hello, Navigraph. We're live on Twitch. On YouTube a little bit, and we just said we'll come over, and well done on the cool stuff. And well, how's Expo going?
I mean, I'm having very fun. It's my first time here.
Okay.
And yeah, everyone are really nice, and yeah, I love it.
You're having fun? You're having fun? You've been here before?
Yeah, we're in Houston last year. Yes.
And how do you think this year? Bigger, better?
Bigger, better, very crowded, very enthusiastic customers. Yeah, it's been great.
And like when you think of last year, right? I mean, charts was the big thing. And so much has happened in a year with annotations. And now we got VATSIM traffic coming in. You guys have been super busy.
We have, for sure, listening to the community, but we also think it's so fun. So, this is what we love to do.
It's absolutely awesome. Right, keep doing what you're doing. You're doing great things. Thanks so much. Okay, we'll ramble on. Because places tonight, if you feel very inferior now and just good-looking women, do you know what I'm saying, lads? Right, go over this now. And we'll go up towards the FS Elite stage neck of the woods area, right? Oh, there's Swiss. But he's having a sandwich. Yeah, he's busy. We'll leave him be. I better not do me Dr. Evil impression in front of him. He'll go friggin' nuts. We'll go over this way here now. And so FS Elite have a stage in here as well. So they're doing developer announcements here as well, right? I mean, the place is huge, right? And actually, we'll actually get a fairly decent kind of a panorama kind of a thing here as well. So with the guys of FS Elite, they have their information. They'll get their people to come up onto the podium. They'll have a chat, and they can show stuff off. So you can see what's coming up next. They're going to have an interview in Navigraph. Bluebird Simulations are going to be on a little bit later on, and then they have Flight Sim Studios in there as well. So they're proper busy. They got a lot of stuff going on. But sure, come here. We have to go up now. So this is Christmas now. So Virpil are here in force, and I mean, when it comes to the Virpil hardware, and Wing are over there. We'll get to them. For me, using Virpil has transformed a lot of things when it came to that joystick, and like the throttle is next, right? So we'll get up close and have an mess with this throttle, right? Because I know myself and Gibbo have been looking at this. So this is the latest release. It's a much smaller throttle, right? And it comes with this. You can buy the frame extra, then you have all your mounts here as well. But like, you kind of have to experience it. The touch, the feel, the quality of these products, like they're absolutely mad. It's incredible. And some of their other stuff here with the multi-panel stuffs. I mean, you can change like the friction. You can you've total control over these sort of products, and they just feel they're premium. You know what I mean? Like if you were to look at say with Thrustmaster, and they make really nice stuff as well, but Virpil are just there where it's at, lads. It's unbelievable stuff. So we'll go the long way around. Come on this way. This is great crack. We're doing all right so far, aren't we? Not yet. There'll be time. I'll fall over now in a minute. And I'm on that stage now in a couple of minutes. The Chippendales, you might know me from that work. And so as we come over here, here's more stuff here. Look, Jesus. Oh, there's all the VATSIM lads as well. Adam, you'll have great crack with it. You're doing it wrong. We'll have a chat with them now in a minute. So Virpil now on this side are showing off their equipment that you can use rigged up to Sims. So it could be DCS, it could be Microsoft Flight Sim, but you get hands-on with the equipment, which is super nice because it's all well and good looking at a lump of hardware sitting on the table with a price tag. You get to experience this, you get the feel of it, and you know how it might work in your own sim setup. This is what it's all about. And you can do that at Expo, and it's handy, you know. And it's not just Virpil. I mean, it's anyone with hardware. They're going to show all the stuff around as well. So we'll ramble over this way. There's no real method to this, but we'll give it a shot. So we have Beyond ATC here, and these guys have been busy as well. So like, there's two really innovative ATC AI systems after coming out with Beyond ATC and of course Say Intentions, and both are very exciting because well, it's kind of the next level of tech, isn't it? I mean, utilizing AI in a flight sim. That's kind of the next step, right? So Say Intentions are here, and as are Beyond ATC. They're busy. Again, if people had questions for them, and let us know in the chat as well if we're coming up past someone like a developer or whoever, and you want to ask a question, do be sure to shout, and I'll get up in front of them. This is all the ATC stuff. Sure, we'll ramble in here. Look, I wonder where the trophy is for me, Gibbo and Rambog. You know the trophy that we got for there's loads of people flying. I don't think there is one. This is pretty cool looking, right? So the guys are looking after many different sectors. Who we got here now? Let's see. Howard Snyder is there. That's Howard Snyder. Looks pretty awesome. So like we've seen this already on our own courses that we've done. We've seen our version of Euroscope. Like this is a control hub. This is awesome. There's a whole load of people working around together. How's it going, man? You having fun? Good. Getting there. Mesmerized by all this. So it's like, yeah, this is what to do. It's awesome. So Adam, who's here with us, Adam, the camera guy, he looks after Dublin ATC, and he keeps us all kind of on the straight and narrow. Oh, all right, CTAF and all that. Oh, right, okay, nice. Having fun? Awesome. So it's all the new CRC stuff for the US. This is right up your alley. So Scott, this guy here, Scott, he's former ATC. So yeah, exciting times for sure. Loads of fun in this place. So we'll rumble. What else do we have here now? Midcon Airway or Airlines. That's interesting. Flyvirtual.net, the Pilot Club. Hey guys, how's it going? So loads of different exhibitors. So this is very much on the VATSIM side. This is looking at virtual airline side. And we'll go over and say hello. Tell us a bit who you are. You're live on the telly. How are you?
How's it going? My name's Eric. I'm with the Pilot Club. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm Murf, right? Nice to meet you. How are you? So tell us a little bit. Who are you? What you do?
So we are the Pilot Club. So we're a group of aviation enthusiasts, a community of aviation enthusiasts. We're a little over 4,200 strong. And basically our kind of motto is let's get together and fly, right? We tend to have our group flights. So we have our GA Tuesdays, fly-in Thursdays. If there's an FNO in the US, we'll do FNO Fridays and Sunday fun days. And really, it's to kind of culminate all of the types of flying that somebody on VATSIM would like to do, and just to do it together, right? So, for example, like our Sunday Fun Day this tomorrow is from Albuquerque to Salt Lake, right?
And is it predominantly U.S. flying?
Predominantly, but we're wanting to expand. We just don't have the staff to support it, and that's kind of where we would love to go over to the Europe side and go over to the other side of the pond, but unfortunately, we're still waiting for kind of the staff support to be able to support those operations.
Sweet. Okay. We need to connect because we do VATSIM stuff for our community. So I'll get your card. I'll fly back later on.
Yeah,
all right.
Sounds good.
Have a good one, guys. Have a good one. Righty. Hey guys, how's it going? Good. Fantastic. You looking after this?
Placeholder while the owner himself. Yeah, I think he had take care of some business.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, fantastic. We've used the software. We've looked online, and it's pretty cool. Any exciting updates coming that you know of, or any mad changes? If it's not broken, don't fix it. Right? I mean, that's awesome stuff. Okay, thanks, guys. Jesus Murphy, you've been chatting to the competition there for the last 10 minutes. I didn't realize that, Gibbo. You can't bring me anywhere. Let's go over this one now, so I stay out of even more trouble. And I might look at this now, right? So here's more kind of hardware stuff. So individual panel stuff that you can make and join it all together. This is Dogfight Dynamics. And if we look over there, that's Austin Meyer, who owns X-Plane. He's sitting in this thing. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting. Look, let's ramble over here. Can we get in front of him? It's an incredible setup. I mean, the rig looks great. Hey, guys, how's it going? The rig looks incredible. Like, imagine that in your front room. Could you imagine that in your front room? Yeah, I think we all need one of those in our living room. It looks absolutely cool. So, yeah, let's see what happens there. So if we keep rambling this way. Okay. Right, well, ramble on this way. Hope it's all still working, guys. So over this side, a couple of more options, and including you have the X-Plane booth down over here as well. So again, you have different hardware builders, full motion builders, and even frames that you can put all your sim equipment into. And it looks incredible stuff. It's futuristic stuff, right? If we ramble down here, we got X-Plane 12 running, number of different options, different screens, and quite a bit happening here. So even the options, like if you capture that on the left-hand side, that like X-Plane has this ability just to look friggin' awesome at times. And I saw them doing a bit of landing challenge stuff and messing around. So like next level racing. I don't know, anyone use them in the chat? And you guys have next level racing kind of stuff? How's it going? Can I nab you for like 2 minutes? How's it going?
Yeah, sure.
So I'm Murf, TwoToneMurphy. We're live on Twitch.
Hi.
And you're with Laminate Research.
I am one of the guys who work on X-Plane. One of the almost 50 guys who work on X-Plane now.
But you're there quite a while. Like you were there when it was like maybe 10 guys.
Oh yeah. I think I was like maybe employee 7, 8, something like that. Yeah. I go back for like 12 years now.
12 years, well, and now so X-Plane 12, right? I mean, it's been a huge step forward, and I'm loving. I have it. I use it at 12.1, like release candidate 10 or what? It's like it's so close.
The current one. It's the current one. I think we're very close to making it public, giving everyone the new weather. I think the weather is a huge step up. And the lightning, the bloom effect that you get in the sun is a huge step up. And I don't know if you've seen our presentation yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Once the lightning effect in the cockpit also gets better, you will never want to go back to anything else.
Nice. And tell me from FlightSimExpo, because you were here last year, and I think you did FS weekend as well.
Yeah, I go to a lot of those shows. Yeah.
And how are you finding the reception? Like, I mean, there's X-Plane always will have that kind of deep.
I haven't stopped talking all day. I've been out here since 8 this morning, and I've been constantly talking to people. So I think the reception is pretty great.
That's great. So with X-Plane at the moment, what were your favorite or most exciting elements that X-Plane 12 has brought to the platform? I mean, it's not just better performance and the world creation and lighting. Has there been? Is there something else?
So I love the weather, and Well, I'm biased because I'm coding the weather radar right now. So I'm making the weather radar that's going to be in 12.2. So I love all the clouds that generate precipitation, the clouds that grow bigger and then they start raining and then they grow small again when they've lost their rain. All the dynamics that you get, because, okay, the way that I see it in X-Plane 11 or something where you set a static weather, you'll always finish your mission. You start your flight. I want to fly there and I'll get there. In X-Plane 12 with dynamic weather, maybe you won't be able to get there because maybe there's going to be a huge supercell over where you're going, and then you can't go there. And then you need to think, I need an alternate. Okay, alternate was the nearest airport. Oh, that runway is too short. Oh, I should go over there. And that is the kind of decision making you have to do as a real pilot. Because as a real pilot, and I teach people to fly instruments. I've been teaching for about 1,000 hours on small Diamond DA-40s, Cessna 172s, and what I teach people, especially with weather, you always have to have a plan B and plan C, because okay, we have a destination, we have an alternate. Okay, what happens if there's a supercell there and the runway closure there? Then what do you do? And this is an element that we're starting to see in X-Plane now with the dynamic weather, that maybe your destination is unreachable.
That's incredible stuff, and a very different experience in simulation, right? I mean, okay, you can create that sort of an element that you can put on the what do they call it, the instructor module. You can put in mad weather, but like if you go flying with live weather, it can depict this now.
Exactly. So the live weather, is dynamic because we download a 3-hour window from the NOAA GFS model. That's a big climate model. And we download a 3-hour window, and over this 3-hour window, systems build, clouds rain off, and yeah. So
it's really, really exciting. But listen, great talking to you. Exciting stuff, and we'll see you later. Take care. Sweet. Okay, so yeah, X-Plane 12, guys. I'm kicking all sorts of ass. Like that weather, and like I've messed with that in 12.1, right? I mean, visually, yeah, you can kind of say something, but like accuracy, it's frightening. So we're looking here at, like, this is really, really nice. Oh, hang on a second. You can buy. Hang on a second. Yeah, but how do we expense this stuff again? So like 350 quid for like that? That's really tasty, isn't it? This is beautiful. How are you? This is really, really nice. This is you? This is you?
Yeah. Yo.
Hi, Murphy. How are you?
Good, Zach.
Zach?
Yep, nice to meet you.
We're live on Twitch.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
It's like an ambush, just to like get people talking. Let's go this way so you can see here, right?
Yeah.
This is very beautiful equipment. Tell us the story behind it.
So it's alternative motives. It's actually Ron over there is probably the most useful. He's got a lot of the information there.
Sure.
But these, for example, this is our tabletop model. It's got dual G5s built in on it. What's pretty unique is this one actually has a monitor built into it. And so when you buy the product, it comes with the monitor. All these knobs and all these buttons are fully functional. It runs on Air Manager. That's pretty unique about this model. We've got a bunch of all of these other models here to look at and kind of go through, but
very beautiful. And like, this is the price, as in
this is $352.19.
That is very competitive considering what some of the other stuff is, right?
Yeah. A lot of the other companies, I don't know the prices off the top of my head, but yeah, these are our show prices.
That's awesome. So where can we find you? It's Altimeter Motors?
.com.
Yeah, I love the name. Yeah, best name of the whole expo. Listen, thanks so much for talking to us.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Good.
Doesn't that look amazing? I wonder, can we just like, that'll fit in the bag, wouldn't it? I mean, you know, it's a two-tone now, lads. We need to start working on it now. Excuse. Oh, Jesus, we needed it. Look how clear it is, though. It's beautiful, right? Oh, yeah. Come here. Jesus. That's really, really nice. This is something new to me. There's always room. This is really great because I didn't come across it. I didn't know who these guys were, right? Which is nice. So where are we at now? We're at the halfway point, kind of. Yeah, we're gonna head down this way now and see what trouble we can get in. So we have SimFab here. Again, hardware, but again, you have the chance to kind of check out the stuff. So with SimFab, I think we have Pimax in here as well. This is all VR stuff. So we'll just kind of burst our way in there, queue in. Well, we're not doing a demo. We're just walking around. So yeah, with the VR stuff, it's absolutely incredible. I couldn't tell you what there's the iCloud stuff. Pimax VR. So Pimax have been so loud recently, you know, with the announcements of new products and also the reduction in prices. You know what I mean? We're talking to people who bought like the $1,800 VR headset, and now they have the same tech gone into something that's going to be available for like $700 or $800, which is absolutely nuts. So let's see if we can grab XP over here. Hang on, let's dart and say hello to him. He's going to love getting interviews. He probably has a pain in his face with them, but let's see what happens if he's busy. You busy? He's busy. Yeah, we'll catch him later on. Jeez, I do feel like Martin Rundle there now. Sorry, can I talk to you? No, shall I go off? All right, okay. We'll go this way now. Good very man. Good to see you. So we have Lord Freet, the man, the scrapyard monster, amongst others.
Sorry, man.
Amongst others. How are you?
It is a monster. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Are you having a good expo?
It's my first time here, so yeah, first time even in the US, you know. So it's a complete discovery for me, and it's so great. So I was having some expectations, and it's so much better. So much
really,
it's so easy to go talk to anyone, and the event is really nice, and the country is super cool too. So
I have to ask you, right? What inspired you to make the scrapyard? Where did that come from?
I think it came from lack of confidence first, because I wasn't sure I could be making something real, because I was afraid that people would judge that, okay, this is not good, this is not exactly the same, the great color or the great thing. So I was like, okay, I'll make something fun and completely out of random things. And then I started to note down some ideas, and it creates this. Right. I'm quite happy with the result and with the reception also. I was afraid that people would say, oh, it's not a real aircraft, so it's not interesting, but it was exactly the opposite. People were just,
they love it. It's great fun.
Everybody loved it, so it's cool.
So what does the future look like, or the next small amount of future look like?
Yeah, the next one will be a small GA aircraft. It's going to be a learning aircraft. So I have already some pictures and renders on my Discord. Mm-hmm. It's going to be the Gabriel from Black Shape. So it's going to be a cool one, very different glass cockpit for once, and way smaller than the XF11, or way less wilder than this one. So it's going to be, less powerful, but it should be really cool soon.
And then we say medium to long range future then, with flights in 2024 coming out. I mean, do you view this as more excitement, as in more things to be able to do?
Yes, of course. I've seen that they will include failures in a more different way. So I'm happy to also update all my add-ons so I can include all this. And yeah, I'm super impatient to see what they have to show later today.
Oh yeah,
because I'm sure there will be nice surprises again. And yeah, it's a bright future. I have so much to do. I'm just at the very beginning of my adventure, and the reception has been nice by everyone. So I think I can just continue climbing the steps one after the other. Super happy with that.
Love it. Well, listen, great talking to you.
Happy to have met you and other people, because you are part of the good guys. So
the pleasure is ours. I'll give you that $5 there now for saying that. Thanks very much. Okay, so Lord Freet there, guys, makes absolutely incredible stuff. Here's more VR stuff here. Like, it looks absolutely nuts, right? So portable trainer, fixed and rotary ring. I mean, look at that setup. Absolutely, and it's just incredible looking where the hardware is going. What they're able to kind of get the stuff to do now, it's frightening. And anything from your seating areas to mounting equipment onto any kind of a platform. It looks really, really good. We got a triple screen setup here. This is impressive. And again, built with SimFab. You can see the frames there. You got your G1000s in place. This looks really, really nice. Incredibly, incredibly immersive looking. So it's awesome. Mind your foot now on that one, right? Right. So let's move around this way. So here's FlightSim.com. This is the affordable and competitive pricing gadget, which is brilliant. We'll get in front of his equipment over here. So if anyone was looking at it to see how it all kind of comes around, well, this is it here now. And we can actually see into the equipment itself. This is what it's built into. This is force feedback. And it was all announced yesterday. And also made mention of the Boeing yoke as well. And really, really exciting, because it's to get force feedback. I think it's Brunner is the only alternative. I don't know if anyone else knows. Anyone else from Brunner who do the force feedback stuff? This here, more modules put together. I mean, it's huge, right? But yeah, very, very exciting times. FlightSim.com, they are new to it. This is the first expo, new products and all coming in, so they seem to be happy out, So yeah, we'll ramble over here with saying intentions, right? There's loads of people here we can talk to. I could just ramble over and interrupt. I'm sure I'll do that. Ah, lads, how are you going? I'm going to interrupt everyone now. How's it going? We're live on Twitch. We're live on Twitch.
It's just the crack of what you do. You interrupt.
This is my favorite accent in the entire show, right here.
See, now I'm sad because that means you've rated the Irish above the Australian.
You're gonna have to invent an accent. I'm sorry.
What is this? Like, I'm Australian. How can he say the Irish accent is better than?
Well, now, in fact, did you put an Irish accent in there yet?
We're gonna add yours.
All right,
we do have some Irish accents in there. Yeah.
You got them in?
Yeah, we got a few. We need more.
Right, cool.
Yeah, we need more.
So, do you have an Australian accent?
We do have a bunch. Yeah, but we might have more Australian accents than Irish accents. Don't tell anybody.
That's grand.
On, is it?
Yeah, no, that's totally fine. We'll edit this part out. But come here. How has everything been like at FlightSimExpo for you? I mean,
this is crazy. Have you seen this line we've got over here?
The whole day, people are queuing.
It hasn't stopped. This is not what I expected, to be honest with you. I really thought we'd be, handing people a flyer sometimes when they walk by. Turns out everybody wants to try it, and this has been a lot of fun. I can't believe the response from the community here.
And pretty good announcements as well. I mean, like from early on, it was all about, okay, we're going to add as much stuff as we can into that price, and now you're able to get the price down.
Yes, we did it, right?
Yeah, it's incredible.
Right? Look, we promised everybody from the very first day that we launched this, we said, look, as the cost of this stuff comes down, we promise you we'll drop the price. We promise you. Well, 2 weeks ago, we switched to GPT's new model, which is significantly cheaper. So we're backdating our price drop to that day, right? So everybody's going to get a credit, and it's now $19. And yeah, no, look, this is important to us. We promised people we would. I'm going to give it to them on the day that it was available, right? And I'm already celebrating the current price change, but there's a very good chance that we'll be able to drop the price again before the end of the year.
That is exciting.
Probably not as much as we just did, but look, no, we're serious. As the price of this stuff comes down, and it's coming down rapidly, we will pass that on immediately, right?
Awesome.
Yeah, we'll continue to do it. So, I wish this thing was free. Well, maybe not free, but
But like the journey for you, right? I mean, apart from the business and the using the technology, what's the personal journey been like? I mean, like, did you age 50 years in like 10 weeks kind of thing?
Exhausting is the answer. Exhausting, yeah. Well, you've been around this long enough to know I'm easily 18 hours a day, every day, 7 days a week, right? Part of it is because we want this thing to move as fast as we possibly can get it to move, right? This new tech is so cool. We want to take advantage of everything available to us as fast as we can. And that means we got to work hard. but it's awesome. It's fun. It's fun. Who wouldn't love to sit and play with flight simulators all day long? Right? It's fun. Yeah.
So, yeah, like I can't say like what does the future hold because you guys just redefine that every time. We're like, oh, we're getting this working now. Like, I mean, you got it on X-Plane. That was a huge thing.
I hope this is okay for me to say. You can edit this out if you want to. But tomorrow at 11:30, I'm on stage in there for 45 minutes talking about exactly that. What is the future of all this stuff? Okay. Where are we going? What does it mean? All that 45 minutes of that.
Sweet. We'll be there. I'm with Heckle. Listen, thanks so much. All right. See you in a bit. That's awesome, guys. Say intentions. That's and look at the booth. It's proper busy here as well. Really, really exciting. They mentioned down a price drop as well, which is great to get as well. So yeah, pretty cool stuff. So moving around this side, it's we have GTR simulators, so more kind of hardware stuff. We have Beam eye tracker. Turn your webcam into an eye tracker. We've seen stuff like this before, but it's gaining legs. And we also have Avia Planner here as well, the new flight planning and pilot training bit of software, and they're in force here as well. So yeah, there's a lot of there's 70 booths here, lads. 70 of the stuff. We're going to ramble over here now to Moza because these guys seem kind of interesting, and we've a couple of people kind of hanging around here. So with Moza, that's in there as well, is it? The A320 sim, nice. Full cockpit in there as well. Oh yeah, we'll have to go in and have a look for sure. We'll have to go in and have a look. So we'll ramble around the corner. How's it going? Quick hello.
Hello.
We're live on Twitch. No panic.
Hi Twitch. G'day. Welcome. Hope you all enjoy the expo. It's awesome.
See, there he is. He's doing okay. So let's have a look at this stuff. It's mad. Right, well, hang on. Jesus, lads. The queue in here now is busy. All right. All right, we kind of get in this side. So an A320 cockpit. What was the price on this thing? Did someone say it was like 21 or 31 grand? It looks really, really nice. It looks incredible. Look at the state of it. Gibbo wants this in his front room now. Like, there's, you know. It looks absolutely incredible. Now, it's great and all right, but I'd bash my head off that every time I try to stand up. You know, that's what would happen. But yeah, it's absolutely brilliant, right? Now, where was the other stuff I want to find? Did we go this way? I'm already lost. Look at this way for the crack and see what happens. There's even more people here. We'll jump in. Let's see here now. Pro Flight Trainer Switzerland are over here on the right hand side. Desktop Pilot is there on the side. Make sure you don't walk in front of anyone, Murf. You're doing all right. Plane Stormer. Semionica here, all the hardware. Check out the gear they have. Absolutely class looking. We have SkyCombatAce.com. These guys are here. So see if we can get in front of this guy and have a chat now in a moment. They got a raffle. I read raffle as Raphael because I can't pronounce Raphael. That's absolutely hilarious. Hilarious stuff. So how's it going? So yeah, we're going to try and have a chat with this guy. Jeez, look at the monitors there. Look, they're see-through monitors. I'm not looking at it at all. Yeah, you can see it from the far side, right? Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So yeah, we'll try and get a chat here with this guy now in a sec. And, looks interesting. Hey guys, how's it going? Good, good. Just get a word with everyone if we can. We'll have a word with everyone. Yeah.
Hey, how you doing, Robin? I'm Tex.
Nice to meet you, Tex. We're live here. I'll jump in here because we're going to find out what it is you guys do, right? So we're live on Twitch and YouTube, and no pressure now at all. So tell us, who are you? What are you up to, and how are you finding out at Expo?
Cool. Well, my name is Tex. I'm a former F-16 fighter pilot, and we have, I think, the coolest company in the world. We get to go up and take people up in these unbelievable aerobatic stuff planes called the Extra 330. We let our customers take the controls, and if they're not pilots, and they get to yank and bank, do aerobatics. They get to do air-to-air dogfighting, so think laser tag in the sky. They get to chase each other around. This is what the airplanes look like, the Extra 330. And they get to busy channel their inner Maverick and be a top gun. So kind of make dreams come true. That's our specialty. So I know everybody's here for the simulators, but every now and then you want to get in the real deal and go up there and yank and bake and pull some G's. That's what we do.
That's incredible. And everyone is probably coming over going, wow, I need to go with that.
Well, a lot of people are. The first thing is, oh, this is a simulation. They see the videos like, no, this is not a simulation. So, but it's, I love the simulators too because I've flown lots of different sims. So I love this convention. But I also like to get air under my ass and do the real thing. So this is why not do both? So we kind of, capitalize on that mystique of being a fighter pilot. And again, I use Flight 16. It's the most fun I ever had. And I like kind of giving that experience to people who otherwise wouldn't have the opportunity to do it. So it's a ton of fun.
That's awesome. So people can arrange this here and then you take them flying it.
Yeah, right here in Las Vegas. We got a great promotion going on. It's 20% off anybody that books at the promotion or at the convention for the next 2 days. But we got a shuttle to and from. It's really turnkey. Take 3 hours out of your day, and we're gonna give you the time of your life.
And a change of clothes at the end of it.
Exactly. We're also giving away a free flight. Everybody wants to sign up for our raffle. It's $1,000 value. Go dogfight, and you can play Maverick Goose. Your call.
That's awesome. That's awesome. But listen, it's great to see at Expo because it is very much on the simulation side. But simulate, it's either a stepping stone or a step back from real world aviation, right? And to see this, I mean, there are extra 300s simulated that folks would practice for. So let's say, for example, from your real world experience, if someone wants to do something like this on the sim, how would you give a tips for? Because your precision has to be so on point, and you have forces indicating to you as you fly. If you were to remove some of them and it's just a simulator, how would you best kind of practice these sort of things?
Well, the simulator great gets into the procedural skills and things like that. But when you get all the external senses, obviously you got your inner ear, you got your sense of equilibrium, you got the G-force, you got the G-lock, G-induced loss of consciousness. So you're adding all those real world elements. I mean, the simulators are great to sort of, to get you to practice the procedural stuff. But when you get up there and you add all those physiological effects, it's a different animal. And then you got to prioritize what's important and a lot of that. But if you build good habit patterns in the sim and then you translate it into the actual airplane, you're going to be ahead of the curve for sure.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, listen, lovely to meet you. Thank you so much indeed. Have a great day. Right. Do you guys get to go flying as well?
She's one of our pilots.
Will you fly as well?
Yes.
So you're going to be the responsible person who makes someone feel very ill and happy at the same time?
Yes, mostly happy.
And how many years have you been flying?
I've been flying for 5 years.
5 years? And is it just kind of the aerobatic stuff?
A little bit of everything, some backcountry flying, but mostly aerobatics recently.
Awesome. And how are you guys finding this kind of convention? Is it like, or is it okay? Is it like kind of strange or yeah, we're all aviation, it's grand.
Yeah, it's good to meet people who are in different parts of aviation.
Absolutely. Okay, well, nice to meet you, all right? Have a great day. Take care. Okay, I did it again, I did it again. Oh, look, we're back at our place now. And let's just ramble in here now. Scott said it, I didn't, so yeah, we'll ramble it this way. Shut this himself. How are we now? This is a crew of us here now, lads. Come on, everyone jump in there now together. So, how's all? We're not live, but we are live. How are you getting on?
I'm getting on great.
You did well yesterday.
Yeah, Egypt.
Right. I got the whole crew here. Come on, we all jump over. Right, so here's a whole group of people here now all together. So we've Ali over here in the corner. Ali, how are you?
Doing well, Murf.
We're doing well. Hanging in there. Smash is hanging in there. That's always good. Flocks,
hey, how you doing? Doing good.
So one of the best things about Expo is, apart from the developers, apart from the hardware, it's the people, right? It's getting to catch up with people and in person, right?
Collaboration. It's amazing.
I don't know how many people that I've now I won't say that to them in the chat again because they're way bigger than me. When you meet them in person, you know what I mean? Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. And then you see them in real life, you're like, hey, but it is great to meet them, which is fantastic. So is everyone having a good time?
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
The best.
I haven't spent enough money yet.
If you head over there, really nice hardware. Yeah, I have it there. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, I forgot we're in the casino as well.
I did that too. I was going to refer to that. I was referring to the hardware.
Okay, we're going to ramble and we'll catch up in a minute.
Hello there.
Nice. Okay, let's do more stuff over this way. What's over here? And this way, we have, well, it's going to be busy here, but let's see what we can do. Seb there, if we can hang around for a few minutes. Combat pilot. So we guys saw this on the announcement there as well. So they have a live demo here, going on just beside us. Seems to be kind of busy, which is great. So you can actually get hands-on. It's like an AC or zero. That's what it looks like. So yeah, that looks pretty good actually. Jeez, the graphics are great in there, aren't they? Yeah, it does look it's good and busy here. So where else? Okay, so Wing, that was all their stuff over there, right? We saw we'll go down to them in a second. We'll grab Seb here. The Wing stuff, we'll get up to them in a moment because we saw the Virpil stuff as we came down. One of the largest booths here is, of course, Microsoft FlightSim. They have a huge presence here, right? And so it's great because they're able to interact. They're just chatting to people, seeing how they're getting on. And something that me and Gibbo kind of came across last year, it's how approachable, I'll say this now and I'll be told, no, I can't talk to you, but it's how approachable people are, right? Which is pretty cool. So as we move around, you'll see all the different booths that are set up. You'll see all the stalls that are set up. And it gives people a chance to come over and talk. Hey, how are things? We like what you did here. We don't like what you're doing with that. There's a lot of that going on, which is great. So it's a huge, they have a huge presence here. And of course, these guys are going to be up on stage soon, right? 3 o'clock. I don't know whose time zone I'm in. What time is it?
2:18.
Jesus, we're getting good old time out of this. Yeah, how's it go? So yeah, so these guys are going to be up on stage. They're going to be flat out busy here now in a little bit. We're going to see if we can nab Seb just for a minute. And let's see how this all works out. So we've Mark Sim Hanger here beside us as well. They can do their hellos. I feel like a prat if I just go in now and say, hey, how are you going? But yeah. So how are you? What's Gibbo doing now? Like you're there in the background or they're getting photos here now, so I'll try this now. I learned this one in Leitrim, right? Let's see what we can do. It's just me. Oh, it's just me, is it? God Almighty. If we do something like this, back it in there now and see what happens, and we'll just kind of appear there now. You know what I mean? And then it's like that story where you kind of introduce yourself into the conversation and it sees how it goes. You know. Seb, hey Mark, can I nab you for like 2 minutes? Yeah, we're live here on Twitch, on YouTube, and
hi.
Great talking to you last year. I know you're on stage shortly. You got a bit of it to do. How's this year's expo been for you?
Great so far. Very great. Yeah. Super happy to be here. Yeah.
And well, you can't tell us something yet. You have to announce it. But exciting times, I'm sure.
Yeah, very exciting. Yeah.
And you were there last year. The crowds. This is much bigger.
Yeah. It feels bigger, and also a lot of people I saw last year I see again. So it's cool to see people again.
I'm here again. I can't know. Right. Anything that you see here? I mean, look, we're all flight sim enthusiasts, right? Is there anything here that you've seen? Maybe some of the hardware that you're kind of drawn to say.
I've done one tour, and it looks really good this year. Yeah. Overall, it's really good, good looking stuff. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Really look forward to the announcement, and thanks so much. Have a great day. All right, sweet. Right, lads, I didn't mess it up, and I bumped into someone. Oh, York is over there, but we're not in our York. Yeah, he looks super busy as well. Better leave him alone. He doesn't know who Gibbo is anyway, so we'll ramble on this. Right, who's down this now? Oh, we have Jamie down here. It's all busy. It's all busy. He's doing Microsoft stuff, so yeah. I got Flight Tampa here as well. Who have we got here? Oh yeah, Airsoft behind us as well. What else we got here? So we got pilots over there top left. We have Honeycomb. We've Airsoft, and then Flight Sim Studios are here as well, which is really grand. And I got to ramble over to someone else now in a minute. You didn't live here?
It's 30 seconds.
I'll just literally 10 seconds. Jamie, how are you?
Great. How are you?
I want to say you're live on Twitch, but you know where you are.
Yeah. What, live on Twitch now?
Yeah.
Oh, hi. I thought you meant me. I'm thinking, how the bloody hell you done that?
You gave us a key earlier on, saying nothing's banned. How are you liking Expo?
Yeah, loving it. Really good fun. Really good. Tired, but that's what it's all about. Getting my steps in. I'm not going to need to go to the gym once I get home.
Awesome. We'll catch up with you later, all right? Cheers, man. Cheers. Sorry. All right, let's see what we're doing down here now. So again, landing challenges. Okay, so there's landing race going on here. So we've got Airbus and Boeing going on. You got to love the 3-screen setup. It just makes it look way, way better. The immersion that you have looking around both sides looks absolutely incredible. Landing challenges, how are they going, CD?
Well, they're going great so far. If you notice on our high score leaderboard, the same individual right here, Mika, is leading in both competitions. Yeah.
Hello.
But, there's still a lot of the day left. Those scores may not stand, yet to be seen.
And in terms of prizes, like what do you win if you get the high score?
Well, it's on this placard over here. We got wonderful prizes, compliments of Thrustmaster. As you can tell, we got an Airbus challenge and a Boeing challenge. The winner of the Airbus challenge will receive the Thrustmaster TCA Airbus Captain's Pack, and the winner of the Boeing challenge will receive the Thrustmaster Boeing Captain's Pack, yoke pack with throttle.
And we got the same pilot leading both scores?
He is, yeah. This guy, Mika, right to your side here.
That's awesome stuff. And tell me, how long have you been flying in Microsoft Flight Sim?
For 1 year now.
1 year?
Yep, I'm a Microsoft Flight Sim content creator.
Nice.
Yep, 13,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Good mind yourself?
Yes.
And now you're leading God almighty, you do all the bragging.
Yeah.
Best of luck. Jesus, I feel absolutely terrible now, lads. Jesus. I can retire now at the end of this. For the love of Jesus. Wait, what for this way I'll go and annoy someone. How are you getting on there, lads? How are you going? Well, how are you getting on? Everything's.
Hello.
Good evening. Hey, how's it going? How are you? We're here with Raoul.
Hello, everyone.
You're looking well.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks very much.
You look handsome.
Right.
Yeah.
So tell me, what's this?
Right. So we are now working full time now with Singware Studios on delivering the 727-200 series.
Wow.
And we're gonna do the entire series. Right. So let's put the video rolling.
Check it out. Exclusive stuff here, lads.
So as you can see here in the video, we're working on the 727-200 series, and then in this display, I did a little storyline because we just started the 3D this year. Last weekend, we achieved putting the windows, so now the plane actually got the full shape. Okay, it looks lovely, and you guys are gonna see it in the video. We got the blueprints. Big shout out today from Phoenix, which provided blueprints.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yes. When he found out we were doing the 727, he was very kind to provide this information for us.
I might. Can we mute the sound on that? Because you're drowned out from the sounds. I don't know. That's the job right there. There we go.
Right.
It's a lovely song now, don't you know?
You know the amount of effort I put for that to creating the music on my piano.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Anyway, we went to Seattle Museum and we did a full 3D scan of the real aircraft.
Look at this.
So we took over 1,000 shots. Each shots have 5 million polygons. That's the level that we're getting out of the 3D at the moment. With this, we allow us is that we overlap this on 3D Max, and with that we.
Oh, folks, we're having some audio issues there. Hang on a second. Is that Murf? Let me just mute him. Sorry about that. We're just going to cut away for a second just to see. Hey, Kanzui. Are you guys hearing that?
Was the NASA 737, and then
Yeah,
we did
Murf
the
went poof.
scan of the nose of
Can you
that
hear
one
him
as well.
okay? Just
and
checking.
then we joined here on scene 360
Sounds
is where
okay. Okay,
actually
sorry, folks.
they
Oops.
link, and that's exactly the same. So with that, then we started building, as you can see, the 3D in here, and it has been progressing, right?
Like when it comes to projects that you work on, and this is a joint project, right? So we know you from your products. The most amount of passion we've seen, the attention to detail is friggin' nuts. Where is this sitting for you in terms of devotion and what you're trying to get out of the product?
Right. So basically, you can see now the windows cut off there. So basically, what it is for me, this is the most important aircraft that I want to create. I want to leave a legacy behind. That is the objective and the dream. And it is something that I could probably have achieved alone, but that will have taken too long, right? And what I want is to bring this much sooner. And the ideal partners is ThinkWorks Studio. Alex, come here. So Alex contacted me. Let's say this story, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Alex knew I was doing. Alex knew that I was doing the 727, right? And he called me and said, "Are you sure you want to do that? Because I feel like I want to do it, right?" And then I explained to him how much it meant to me, and he understood my passion for it so much. He said, "I'll walk away then. You do it, right?" And he did. But then I went to bed that night and thinking, okay, yeah, cool, but I have to still do this to be able to afford doing that, and it's gonna take me this amount of time. And perhaps the best solution is to actually not wait that long. And then 2 weeks later, I called him and said, "You know what? Let's go together." And he said, "Perfect." And that's how it was born, right?
I like. So, I mean, your journey in this, I mean, we saw it with the Kodiak, we saw it with the Pilatus PC-12, and even the experience you and your team had with that Pilatus, you got to go on the actual simulator thing. I mean, you had your actual time on with the sim for that.
Oh yeah, they booked us the simulator for a week, and we had instructors on top of our heads.
Mm-hmm.
We went there at 6 in the morning, left at 2 o'clock at night. So yeah, you can say we had a bit of time in that simulator.
So moving to this project, this joint project between both of you guys, I mean, like, you're drawing on phenomenal experience here and passion as well.
Yeah.
And
so basically, the objective is that Alex is a very meticulous person. He's one of the most meticulous person I know, right? And I know that he's gonna give me a 3D in absolutely immaculate state with the plane flying as it will be real life, right? And then what he wants from me is, okay, you go and do your not stuff that you put to all your products that make them absolutely unique. So basically, that's the joint venture here, right? He will give me something, and then I will say, "Give me the 3D because I'm changing this," right? And he will go, "Why are you changing now?" You will see. And then it's something silly as I will make the flaps vibrate according with the forces and the wind that is coming when you're on flat 30 and flat 40 and move the camera so show you what's happening. Right. Actually, what's happening, because that happens. I flew on these planes in Latin America when I was still 25 years old, right? Because it's still running in there. And I have live memory on my mind of all the entire experience when you are in this plane. When this aircraft put the gear down, you feel it. You feel it on your foot if you are sitting on the wing section. So it's a quite amazing aircraft, and I just can't wait for to bring it. So we have a plan.
What's the plan?
Okay, so we together came with a plan this weekend, and it's on stone. And the plan is this: we're gonna deliver everyone the base 727-200 advanced version with a mix of avionics, as it is the plane that we have access to in the United States, which is a continuous flying 727, right? And the avionics is absolutely all gauges, right? All the gauges
with FMC.
Yeah, we have our great UNS U1 units and MFDF 650 unit on the center, and that allows the person that want to fly this aircraft to fly as he wants. He can fly totally all thin gauges, or when he feels like it, can go to the FMSCs and you fly with a full autopilot like you will fly a 737.
Nice.
So you get now the best of both worlds. There is no discussion here. Oh, but I like thin gauges. What? Oh, but I like glass cockpit. You can have it anyway. And you get the base package like that, right? We're planning a price below 80, okay? And we will polish it. You will get a final product. It's not a pre-release. It's going to be a final product done. We talked to our friend Parallel for 2. It's going to come with full effects immersions included on it. All right? You don't have to pay for it. It will come with it. With the older deals, we can't reveal right now. It will come with probably all the very cool stuff. And then we will polish it for that year so you get it all nice. And the next year, we're going to give you the 727 cargo version. Nice. As a upgrade. You will not pay full price. If you own the base, you require the base. And we're looking for a price of $15 to $20 for just getting the cargo. But it's not just a plane.
Yeah. It's an expansion pack. Essentially, you have the base pack with all the avionics, all the sounds and all, and then you get the cargo, which is a different video with different crazy stuff that this guy likes to make.
For example, it will have a full mission cargo module that I'm going to build for it.
Nice.
Right? And I'll give you an idea that I already told Alex, and he started laughing on the hotel room. Right? So I will tell you, okay, today, your mission, Mr. Pilot, if you think that you can handle cargo missions, is to fly live flowers from Amsterdam to the UK. Now, we know that flowers, when be transferred this way, require a very particular altitude on the pressurization system, a very particular temperature. Otherwise, they die. Also, you forget to read it, because who read manuals, right? You will get your sheet of, yes, this is my cargo, whatever. I just go. And you will forget to set the pressurization. You will forget to set the temperature. And you will see your flowers going, yeah, and dying. Right? Oh, Mr. Pilot, you really sucks at transferring.
Your flowers keep dying.
Yeah, and that's just one of the examples. And we will do the same thing with all the type of cargoes and all sort of things it's going to have there. So it's just you're not paying $15 for a plane. You're paying $15 for experience of the cargo with all the cargo missions and all the sort of stuff that I discussed with George. He said, yeah, okay, I'll help you. So we know that we're going to get a lot of stuff for that. And that doesn't end there. 6 months later, we're going to hit you with a 727-100 plus the VIP version with all the VIP modules that are building for Fenton included for that. So you will have 2 planes plus the model of all the VIP things that are secrets that are creating, and you will learn about it on Fenton shortly. And you get that for another simple upgrade of $15 to $20, right? And after that, we haven't done. We will go with the full oil spillage missions and the full firefighting missions for a $10 upgrade. So you get all that built into it. And then we haven't finished there. We will give you, after that, 6 months later, another version, which is a 0G version, which is the one that was used in the past for NASA to train the pilots and astronauts to the moon. So that's the entire set. So the entire project is to actually bring back to life the 727 as they used to be on the primary years, with all set of things, and leave a legacy behind, as I call it.
Exciting stuff.
One of the things that's important is that you get the base pack, which is a requirement. But let's say you don't want the VIP version, you just want the old spillage and water bomber. Okay, get that. You don't need to buy the entire series. You just get the base and whatever you want. And the experience is layered. Like there's the model itself, there's the sounds, there's the feel of the aircraft, there's the flight model, and then there's the actual independent cargo missions, passenger missions, the passenger experience that Raul likes to make. So there's layers of experience that combined and with our past experiences, we can get into the plane. And by taking this target approach, we can deliver a great passenger to 100 and then take our time and do the cargo properly, do the VIP properly. And we're building on top of an already solid and complete module. So
it's very, very exciting. And like the two of you guys working together, and like like I'm not going to coin a phrase here, but like you're pretty much aiming towards an ultimate 7 to 7 experience. I mean, that's what you're going for.
It's not the first time we work together. We have been working together for a long time without people knowing. And a particular example is turboprop M500, right? And at the same time, Alex was building his PC-12. And we were talking about them weekly and sharing knowledge between the PT6 engine and how to do something and how we will find problems on the core sim that we needed to overcome, and we will work together how to overcome those. And then I will give even Alex my source code. Look, this is how I did it. And he will go, okay, well, I'm not going to use Wasam like you are going to do it this way, but he knew now what to do, right? And we will even go together and ask Asobo and Microsoft for features so we could implement in each of our products. One of the results of that was the new beta range that exists now for beta props. It was me and Alex that approached Asobo saying, we need this. I give my business case. He gave me his business case. And Sebastian said, okay, yeah, I can do that quickly. And he implemented that on SUV 10, I believe. And that's when we implemented the beta range that I did on M500 and the beta range that he did on his PC-12, right? So we've been working on the background for a long time for little things. I got stuck sometimes on things, and then I will text Alex frustrated. I don't understand how to do this stuff. And he will call me and say, okay, do this or this. You see these tables, change these figures there, and there you are. So for me, Alex always has been a backbone of experience in terms of things because he has done playing for much longer time than I am. Yeah. And at the same time, Alex looks at me and saying, how you come with these ideas? Okay, I show him doing the bird strike. And he called me bastard for like 3 weeks because he wanted to do it, and then I found a way, right? But that's the beauty of a joint venture. Now we get two firms working on something to leave a legacy behind. George came to see it, and he's incredibly excited about it. And he says, I really like the fact that you guys are doing this because he loves the fact that we're putting a legacy of aircraft of this side that were legendary in it.
Awesome stuff. Right, well, I'm going to run. Listen, great talking to you. We'll catch you up later on, right? Because all announcements going to be made here now shortly. Alex is busy as well. Alex, great catching up with you. Exciting times for sure, lads. And it looks absolutely stunning. And yeah, I'm really excited to see this thing in the future. So well done, guys. Thanks so much. All right, we'll ramble. We're nearly there. How are we going for time, lads? Thanks, guys. 38. How have we been the time left?
Back to the camera, the sound goes funky.
Oh, my sound goes when it's there. How's it going? We got Mr. Squirrely.
What's up, everybody?
We have Mr. Complete Freedom. Come in, you devil. We're live here on Twitch. And just had to catch up with you. How are we?
Oh, we're doing great, man. It's wonderful. A lot bigger than it was last year.
A lot bigger.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of good vendors here. And I was really hoping that a lot of people had some actual stuff to sell. I brought a lot of money to spend, and there's nothing here I could buy right now.
Did you not go over to what was that crowd called? Altimeter Motive. Motion.
Okay. They have some.
They have some serious stuff.
Yeah.
I'll help you spend it.
Yeah.
How are you getting on?
I'm loving it. Get to meet people, get to see all the cool people, all the cool vendors, see what's coming up, enjoy it. I think more people should come out here for sure.
I think so, but like this has got to be a record year, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's over 3,000 people. Yeah, it's definitely a record. Last year we had just a little over $2,000, I think, somewhere around there. Yeah, and it definitely needed bigger space this time.
Sure, yeah,
definitely needed bigger space.
Yeah, right. Look at me.
next year with some people who's developing stuff.
Well, we need to know where it's going to be on. And yes, yeah. So we're going to find out tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Yeah, I won't be here unfortunately, but I'm hoping to. Yeah, I'm sure you will.
Yeah, see,
It'll already be plastered everywhere.
See. All right, we'll catch it.
All right, dude. See you later.
Take care, guys. Take care. It's all go. So we're over. This is Just Flight's booth, and again, like they do some really good specials here when you're at it's all the promotions they have at Expo. Scott, I think you even bought something last year at Expo from Just Flight. They had it on a special pricing, and so we've seen the work coming out from Just Flight recently. I mean, it's with the classic aircraft, Tomahawk. We know they have a Tornado in there. We know the RJ is coming out. These guys have been super busy, and the promotion's running now for Expo, and there's a lot of savings to be had for anyone who's here, and they're showing off here now with the RJ. It looks absolutely incredible. So basically, the RJ followed on from the 146, right? The BAE 146 became the Avro RJ, and good renderings there with that. And they're doing incredible things. And between the Tomahawk, I think the Fokkers are in there as well, and of course the Vulcan. Absolutely incredible stuff coming out of Just Flight. So that looks amazing, doesn't it? It's really good. So yeah, the guys are busy there. We'll ramble over next door. We have a TFDI. Top of the morning to you. So Luke, how are things?
Things are going great. The show's going really well at the moment. Obviously, we announced the release date. Should be on there. It wasn't. Slideshow and all that. We announced the release date earlier, which was 2nd of July, which means it's for everyone. Bit of a heart-wrenching moment when we said that, but
yeah.
Hey ho, it's ready. It's doing good. Guys are enjoying flying it. So far, having a great show.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear.
Yeah.
And as far as Expo going, how are you getting on this year? Everything you thought it'd be busier?
It's busier than it was in Houston, I think. Similar sort of levels of people to, I believe, FS Weekend, because I was there. Yeah, it's great meeting everyone. People here are lovely. Weather's a bit hot for my liking, but that's what you get for being English.
So tell me, right, so anything else happening over the weekend? What are you guys up to?
We haven't got any weekend plans officially. Probably just going to head back to the hotel after here, have some dinner, have a couple of drinks, and prep for tomorrow. Start it all over again.
And what's for tomorrow? Anything on the agenda?
Not yet. Okay. We'll see.
Sweet. Well, listen, awesome stuff.
See you again.
Absolutely. Well, where are we going? We're going this way. I'm already lost. It's all right. Okay, let's go somewhere else. I'll squeeze by you. Right, okay. Right, we're doing kind of all right, and our timing is going quite well as well. Hey, all right. We didn't get over the wind wing, did we? No, okay, so we'll come up here and we'll hang a right here now, right? Hey, how are you? Thrustmaster. Did we do one with Thrustmaster? Oh no, let me see. We'll do a lap here. I think Jeff Alviano's here. I was chatting to him last night. He's doing some flying today, I think, and then some driving tomorrow. Got Captain Canada here as well. No floaties. I get in trouble the next time I use his accent. How are you, man? He'll give out if I do his accent. But yeah, there's a huge following here. What are they doing? Are they driving? Oh, they're flying. So again, like they have a huge presence here. I think last year was their big kind of hardware announcement stuff. But yeah, you can definitely see everything in force there now. There's a huge crowd. But leave these guys out for a minute. I want to get down to let's get down to Wing Wing quickly before it's time. Can Gibbo still hear me when I have me back turned to him as I'm walking? He's probably not too happy about that. But we'll ramble down this way. See what happens. This place will empty out now, I'd say, once the other guys start warming up. So the Wing Wing stuff, and this gives us a chance to kind of check out all of the different modules, right? So you can see all the equipment here, the full cockpit experience, and you know they've been making stuff over on DCS for a long time. They're using a lot of the fighter stuff, but there's been a huge presence. A lot of people coming over this way, over there all through the course of today, and it looks incredible. And like it's the price point. That's what this thing like. That's where it comes out of it, right? It's primarily on the price. Look at the side of it. Gibbo sitting there now, chases on one of them. Oh, to do. It's very fancy. Let's go in this way and have an out walk around. Mind the carpet now. You will go flying on this one. So Okay, we got the Mac Duos there. Sure, this is how are you? Are you well? So check out the stuff here, right? Ooh. Isn't it class, isn't it? Oh, dude. Look at the Boeing stuff. Oh, look at the state of the Boeing stuff. Hang on a second. Isn't that amazing? Starting at 129 for the center, and then on the right hand side, like it's just incredible looking. It's so hot right now. Yeah, it's very busy. Looking out of the way. The wind ring stuff, very, very popular. There's been an absolute ton of people here. And mind that. Well, I nearly went. You know. But yeah, it's busy for sure. Like the thing is flat out, like it's just busy out. We'll get over this side now. Who's sitting here? You're just chilling out. This is our little lounge area. All the fancy merch. So all the upstairs, there's only left. Jeez, they're going like hotcakes. All the little door gadgets. No, Jesus, they're all gone. The entire 11th floor has one of those door holders on. All of the 11th floor. I'll get in trouble for that, I'm sure. That's kind of it before we have like kind of the big announcements, guys. I mean, it's going to be kicking off pretty huge in the next, I don't know, 15 minutes maybe. So maybe we want to bring Gibbo back in, and hopefully you can see things. I'll just go in here actually with the background. That's better. Hey,
Still.
listen, there's beers promised for me. There has to be. Come over this way. Oh, I have to stand here like this, is it? So yeah. You know, so it's been very good now. We've been here over the last little while, and hope you got lots to see and do, and had a lot of fun and all this. But yeah, we had great crack with the sign here earlier on. It's like, where's Murf at? No, it's FSExpo. Yes, it didn't look like anything else at all. But I can actually sit down. Come in here. Come up here now. We can sit up there and just chill out. Moser or Honeycomb? Okay. Where are Mo's actually? We didn't get to them. I'm going to run this way. Where's Mo's at?
Just on the other side here.
Ah, sweet. Thanks, man. Okay. Let's go find someone else. It's proper busy. And like they usually say, right? They usually say, like, Saturday is always the busy day, right? It's super busy on a Saturday. And then Sunday is more easy for just kind of walking around and taking your time, and it's all grand, right? Oh, here's Moses stuff here. Aha. We got some stuff to grab. Moser Racing. So GTR simulator. I don't know where like the Moser stuff is though. Is that their stand?
Yes.
All right.
Moser Racing.
Yeah. Oh look, they have a sign that says Moser. Yeah. That works. All right. Okay. All right. Let's have a look at the gear though. This looks kind of nice. So the joystick, force feedback joystick. Yeah, that looks impressive.
I'm done.
I'll probably have to hit these up tomorrow, because I have to go and talk to them, and like they've nothing on show. Like it's, do you know what I mean? Oh, come in here and have a look at this. Just sit down into that, and you can't see it. So no, we'll target that somewhere else. Who's the other one? Honeycomb. We'll go talk to Honeycomb. They're in here somewhere. This will be interesting now. What do you want me to ask them? It'll be grand, right? Well, I'm look this one now. Hey, right. Right. Honeycomb. Where did I say them? They're over here. They're up here, I think. Yes. All right. So, MK Studios are here. These guys have been flat out busy with sceneries lately. MK Studios. So we have FlightSim Studios. They're bringing a Boeing 7.2 into the frame. Is it going to compare to what FS Reborn and SWS are doing? Doubtful. Aerosoft were there, but they moved on. So we do have Honeycomb here. So let's see. We get talking to someone with Honeycomb. Hey guys, how's it going?
Thank you.
Having a good day? Huh? Having a good day? Oh, good.
I want to be interviewed though.
That's okay. Do we have someone we can talk to? Oh, he's busy. He's busy. Sweet. Okay.
Yeah, I don't do it. Thank you.
Hey, how's it going? 2 minutes to live on Twitch?
Yeah, sure.
How are you keeping?
Oh, I would say heads up and feet down, but not always.
No, it's been a journey. So how are things this year?
It's been a little crazy. I don't know if you heard about the little bit of tumultuous times that we've had. So it's been like very high highs where it's like, oh, everything's going to work out. And next week it's like, oh, shit, there's a roadblock. But we're at a point right now where, Snakebite, with my former partner, I have announced that they're shipping the Charlies that they pre-ordered.
Nice.
So that's great. I had an alternative plan where I was trying to solve it if it didn't. But it would be out of my own pocket because I didn't sell all those units. But I promised on my statement back then that I would, and I will. The people, there's about 110 people or so in the U.S. that, when things broke down with their warehouse, they're getting the replacement units for units. Those are starting shipping July 15th. We start having units to ship out, and I've been told by the shipping partner that by end of July everything's sorted out. So that's the two out of the big three, and then the third one is obviously what's going to happen to Honeycomb, right?
Yeah.
And so, in the beginning of the year, I realized that I was going out talking to potential partners about buying Snakebite's assets that they had in Honeycomb. It's almost like a 50-50. I own products rights, they own the brand rights. So, but it was too big a task for me to. I've got investor relations, right? That's not my experience.
Sure.
So, in the beginning of the year, I partnered up with a large law firm. They were the ones that closed the deal for Scuff Gaming with Corsair. So they know this very well. And we're at the stage where we have agreed on all terms with Snakebite for taking over their assets in the brand. And right now we're just finalizing a deal with a private equity partner that will go in and fulfill the commitment that Snakebite's asked for. And then so we're hoping, 2 to 3 months. I mean, due diligence and so on takes a little bit of time. But
like the hope is, I mean, there's all the noise, right? Take away all that for the minute. I mean, innovative hardware solutions that were affordable and people can really expand on their hobby. That's what you guys are all about. So the headache that's there for the moment, it sounds it's getting sorted.
Yeah.
And hopefully then that opens the door up to getting back to normal business with what you guys wanted to do by bringing more products into the community.
That's the plan. I mean, 2 years ago at FlightSimExpo, we had the Tango Foxtrot, and it was ready for tooling. We had the Sigma Tau, we had this chair, right? So, and none of those products have been brought to market because of the situation. And I don't want to point fingers and blame. It's at this point, it doesn't really matter. What matters is that we are getting out of this. We are ready to hit the ground running, and all the mistakes that were made when there was a partnership with my former partner, we know what they were. We're not going to repeat those. And then with regards to the roadmap, because that's obviously important, then I have, because it's been standing still for 2 years, I don't want to take the product that we showed 2 years ago, or even the product we showed a year ago. So, we're just going to start doing the tooling. So I have revamped every single product. And I've also made some significant changes to accommodate people that will want to have a higher fidelity. They can then add functions to it. So I don't want to give up too much information, but for example, in the refresh Bravo, which it's not coming out right this moment, right? But it's because we have to kind of like start it. But we're you'll be able to take the trim wheel off and put a motorized trim wheel on it.
Wow, nice.
So that's like an upgrade for it. And different you'll be able to put a center console, click onto it, that will have your functions. One for Boeing style, one for Airbus style, one for general aviation. So that it's upgradable. But we, exactly as you said, we wanted to make affordable, high end, with products with high fidelity and realism. But we wanted to make it affordable for the vast majority. That was my plan when I started Honeycomb.
Yeah.
And so all these things that I would love to build in EFIS panels and all these kinds of other things. It's like if I build it in, I price a big part of our consumer out of it. And the core value of Honeycomb is that we want to bring realistic hardware to the masses. Goes away. So instead, I came up with there's a modularity, which there already is in Honeycomb, right? You can change the levers and so on, where basically you can, if you get the base unit, which is going to be more advanced than the current Bravo. Actually, I wish I could tell you about it, but I don't want. I've learned from the past that I don't tell things too early, but there's some really, really cool stuff. Let me just say that. But then there will be upgrades that you can basically tag on, like add to it or replace, that will then have a higher, so that people that want that level or a product that ends up, let's say, costs instead of $300 costs $500, then you can actually have that whole module with center console and everything, but you can gradually build it up like you can already, but it will be affordable for everyone still.
I love that. And again, like it's getting back to where everything started off for you guys, right? I mean, yes, a lot of concerns from consumers thinking, look, I bought the stuff, there's no support, there's no updates, and there's all this mess and noise. It's reassuring to know that, well, you're sorting that out, and once you have it sorted, it's progress.
Look, watching that was very, very painful, but a lot of it was completely out of my hand, where I wanted to do it, but I didn't have, like, for example, the faulty returns that wouldn't replace. Well, it was my inventory that there was their inventory that was sitting, so I had no control over it once things split up. And so, which some of the things I was just helpless, and I don't. When I say that, I say I don't like relinquish blame that I just blame in it, but it's just I put in action what I want, but I will now, and so be able to, and so I will, and so it's we know exactly what we need to focus on. Customer service, number one. Like I talked to, so the whole customer service team is still with me. All the technical guys are still with me. So it's, the core of Honeycomb is still there.
Yeah.
And just last week we had a team talk, and I said, look, when we have things in order, because it's been tough for the technical team, they have no answers, right? They get an email, and there's like they don't know if they can ship because they don't know if they have the product. That's been the problem, right?
Yeah.
So I said, once we're up and running again, we have control, 24 hours to handle any RMA and service requests. Then it has to be closed, and if not, then it has to be elevated to management level.
Okay.
So that's the goal for that, and that's really like a core thing. And then obviously, the roadmap that I promised, that I actually bring that out in a reasonable time. And that's why I don't want to talk about all the new stuff yet. Because then, then it's that doesn't happen in a day. But we're not just going to take the old Bravo and Alpha. In the beginning, obviously, they're going to be available.
Sure.
But it's the fresh start is going to be a fresh start throughout. So everything is going to have a refresh.
Nice. Well, listen, best of luck. We're rooting for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks very much. All right. Okay. So, hey guys, how's it going? Right. I got 1 minute, Grant. So at this moment in time now, I'd just like to say, lads, well done. You've all been brilliant now. And I didn't fall over. I nearly did. I nearly fell over twice. I will walk back up this way. Come on. Yeah. So that was interesting there from Honeycomb, guys. Again, if you bought the product and they didn't fulfill it for you, thanks so much. If they didn't fulfill it for you, well then, let's see, can we, through even our own community, can we open up a channel? Because, we got them on the camera now. But yeah, it's been a great stream. You're live. You're just being live, and now you're live.
Just off stream.
So we're here with Kenki. You were flying the
777, yeah, the American.
How'd that go for you?
Fantastic.
You enjoying it?
Yes, took it off, landed it like 4 times. It was fantastic, genuinely, really
So
good.
you're telling me your first expo and also your first time in the States?
Correct, yeah.
Is it wild?
Everything's massive. I know I'm small, but everything is genuinely huge. I ordered 3 slices of pizza yesterday, biggest mistake ever. I only ate one of the slices, so yeah.
Okay, well, listen, well done, you. I know you're busy, so we'll catch you later. Thanks very much. Cool. All right, that kind of brings us to back over to Gibbo. I'm going to run so you kind of get like a. I'm going to run to. Huh? Like what? Oh, Gibbo can wrap it up, or he wants me. Oh, I'm wrapping it up. All right, okay. Jesus. Well, give a fair play to Gibbo now again, and who's been hiding there in the background, to our astute cameraman we had with us today, Adam. Well done, very good. And we had Scott looking after audio here on this side because I couldn't even manage the microphone, right? So thank you also very much for everyone for tuning in. Gibbo, a massive shout out, is back in Dublin looking after all the broadcasts for us and keeping us honest here as well. We're going to head over now over to the announcement hall. Microsoft are going to be there, and it's all about FlightSim 2024. So do stay tuned for that. And hopefully, maybe we'll see how we go. If we can battery power last, we can dial in for the reaction. But hope this is a good walk the floor. We will do that. There's a good walk the floor. Hopefully, give you guys a bit of a closer look to what this thing is all about. And yeah, any second now, we'll patch on over to the Microsoft FlightSim announcement. So from me to you, we'll see you in a bit.
All right, folks, we're going to leave it there. We'll leave Murf to us. And yes, that was very interesting indeed. Hopefully gave you a good flavor for what goes on at the expo. We are going to jump over straight away to the show floor, actually the show seminar, and catch up with Jörg and Seb, who will be giving us a dev update on Microsoft FlightSim 2024. So it is set up. They're not quite on stage yet, so I'm just keeping a close eye on it. You won't miss a second of it, don't worry, folks. So yeah, hopefully that gave you a good flavor for what's going on. First of all, apologies for the audio. We were working with what we got, and in typical technology fashion, it works great, doesn't it? You test before, it's crystal clear, and then it gets to showtime, and then crackly, and it was a little crackly. All right, so apologies for that, but we kept it going the best we can. There was a comment or two from somebody regarding why we're doing it this way. Murf can't stream at the seminar, so that's why using me, we can cover both bases, live on the shop floor as well as the seminar. So I'm going to jump over straight away because they're just setting up and introducing Jörg and Seb. So over to them.
Have any different developers here. I guess the exhibit hall might look a little bit more empty right now because most of you are here, which is good. I guess there's some kind of a presentation going on in this room, something about Microsoft, I think is what I heard. So like I said, and you've heard me say many times, the support of the developer community and the support of the biggest players in our industry is so critical to making this show happen. We all saw what happened within home flight simulation in 2020. We all saw the trailer that dropped a couple of weeks ago. And so I'm excited and thrilled and mostly privileged to be able to share the stage and introduce to you the Microsoft Flight Simulator team coming to you live from FlightSimExpo 2024. Jörg and Seb, would you please come up on the stage and join me? Thank you guys so much. I'm so happy you're back.
Click are very important. Hi, everybody. It's nice to see so many of us. Flight simming, soaring, love it. One thing I wanted to say, when Evan said this is going to be in Las Vegas, I said, man, we're going to have to get some different shirts. So please observe, white. White for the first time. All right, so hi, y'all. I am Jörg, head of Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Hi, I'm Sebastian, CEO of Asobo Studio.
And so thank you so much for joining us today. It's only our second time we've ever been at the Expo. Last time was really fantastic, and we really couldn't wait to come back this year. And just to get into the mood and to celebrate the Expo, we made, you might have seen it, we made a little city update yesterday, but we have a special version of it today. I just want to play that. should have seen our audio director's face when I said, just do something that's like Frank Sinatra meets Celine Dion. He's like, what? Anyways, that's how it came out. Okay. So here we are at the Rio in our wonderful photogrammetry. Hope you like it. So first thing I want to say, like I said last year, thank you for entrusting us with the hobby, and I really mean that. It's been almost 4 years now, and since we released Microsoft Flight Simulator in August 2020, that's how long it's been, and these have been really simply incredible years for us. So thank you for that. For the last 48 months. And here's our journey, that we took together for 48 months. We said, hey, we're going to do monthly updates, and we did. 15 sim updates, 16 world updates, 8 city updates, Xbox, Reno, xCloud, Top Gun, Pelican, 40th anniversary edition, Dune. 48 updates, 48 months, and it's been great. We updated the sim several times, as you know. So we launched on PC first, then brought it out on Xbox. Then we celebrated the Game of the Year edition, where we had jets and things like that. And then we did the 40th anniversary edition just to celebrate the franchise, and added helicopters and gliders and a bunch of other things, including an A310. And then just recently, we added IndyBuild's A320. And I think that really raised the bar for what airliners are in the core sim. And it's been really fantastic. I have an announcement. Today, we have reached 15 million unique users. I think it's the highest number ever of any flight simulator in history, and that is really thanks to all of you. There's also an interesting stat: 1 billion flight sessions. I was like digging around, like how many flights have we have? 1 billion. Happened like a week ago. I'm like, wow, I need to share that. 230 million just the last 6 months. Incredible. It's overwhelming. It's humbling. So again, thank you. I want to say something about creators, because the creator community has now created nearly 5,000 add-ons. I did the math, not so hard. 3.5 add-ons per day for 48 months. And it is, so it's 400 aircraft, 2,200 airports, 1,100 scenery, 400 missions, etc., etc. It's incredible. And I get up in the morning, literally every morning. The very first thing I do is go on Facebook pages, watch some streamers, and learn about the new things that are coming out. We had a little fun with this. Somebody from the team did this. So this is how this started. Like, okay, look at that. Yeah. Holy shit. Unbelievable, just amazing. Then with the community, I think of this as a love story in the making. The passion of you is what fuels us, no question. Here are some of the people that make content creators just fantastic. The way you bring content to us, the way you humanize the hobby, you make it fun, it's exciting, it's interesting stories, and it wouldn't be half as fun without you. Here's our community team, just to say hello. Here's kind of what we do. We go to fly-in events. We have fly-in events every week. Some of you obviously join these. We have developer streams where we show up so often. We go to Reno. So we have a connection to the real world that we really cherish and treasure, and I think it's important. So we went to the Reno air races for the last few years. We do things with Alaska Airlines a lot, which is sort of their program where they bring in kids just to make sure that the future of aviators are coming through Microsoft Flight Simulator. We go to Gamescom. We have an event there. Some of you are there sometimes. We go to Oshkosh this year, not too close to launch, but next year we'll be there again. And then we have great partners. I mean, just look at them. They really make a difference. They bring us to different people, different places, and it's really appreciated. All right. I wanted to say something about 2020 sustain, because this was a topic. And so we just looked at the 48 months that are past. Our plans are, when I look at my little status report, we call it, it goes to 2028, and it includes flights in 2020. And so the things that I see on that, just sharing this, City Update 18, World Update 38, Local Legends 49, Famous Flyer 22, Sim Update 24. Yeah, It's not bingo, but this is our plan for updating. So we're gonna keep updating. It's nearly every month. It's not exactly every month anymore, but it's nearly every month we're gonna have something for Flight Sim 2020. Just wanted to say that. And now let's talk about 2024. Which is probably why you're here. Yes. So I said a few times, this is a massively huge, ambitious product. It is by far the biggest, most complex flight simulator ever undertaken. I wanted to share teams, and here's some united and excited still, very much so. So this is our team just today. It's not all of us. This is the Microsoft team. We have about 50 people. We have white shirts. Seb was there, so not just Microsoft people.
Oh, this is the team photo taken this week in Bordeaux of Asobo. So amazing team doing awesome work, working very, very hard to bring you this next version. Of this
200 people, 200.
200, yeah.
Yes, keeps growing. And here's our partners. So there are quite a few on this slide. I want to say that Flight Simulator 2024 is made with 25 teams. When you look at this slide, you will see 13 dev teams and art teams and 2 partner teams. So that makes 15. Simple math, 10 are missing. We're going to announce a few of them today, and a few of them are still coming over the next few months. Interesting noise. And then Dustin from the team was nice enough. He made a world map. So we have 800 people working on the sim right at this moment. And we just wanted to show you a little bit where they are. It's interesting. So thank you for all of you creators that help us. It's really fantastic. Well, so it's all it's all continents except Antarctica. I was like, huh, damn, got to find somebody. And then there's the Microsoft teams, Bing Maps, Azure, Cognitive Services, PlayFab, things that don't say that much to you, but I'm serious, this sim wouldn't exist without them. It is critically important, and it's really great that we leverage Microsoft's tech stack, because we get all that for free. So then on 2024, so far we've been super quiet, right? We showed this trailer, you know, people, like, we showed it at a game show called Xbox Showcase, and we talked about this last year. It was very, you know, gamey. It looked like missions and things, and nothing else. We then went to the expo to explain it a little bit more. We gave a keynote, and in the keynote we said, hey, look, this is exactly what Flight Simulator 2020 is, plus a ton more. So we didn't take anything away. All we did is add. And Seb showed some cool tech, I showed some content, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we really walked out of there feeling like, you got us. Yeah? So good, that was great. And so since then we've kept quiet, and frankly, there was a ton of work. So we just focused on making the sim. And just 2 weeks ago, we returned to that Xbox showcase, showed trailer number 2, and I totally realized, some of you probably said, oh, York, geez, you go back to this game show, what is up with that? I just want to explain this one more time. These shows are watched by tens of millions of people. It is kind of an honor to be there as a flight sim, because we're sitting there against these ginormous games that have tens of millions of users, right? So it's good for us as a hobby to have other people look at us and get interested. And that really has happened, and that is partially why our hobby has grown so much in these last few years. So, but we're here today again to break down the trailer. We talked a little bit about what we're doing, because we didn't want to repeat what we said last year, like kind of high level, what is the sim? So we thought it might be fun. We watched your breakdowns. That was always great. Where we said, look at all that. Said, why don't we do that? And give them a little bit of feedback and just actually what's really going on behind the scenes. So let's go through that. Hopefully it's going to be some fun. So on the surface, it looks kind of similar to the first trailer, which makes sense because it's the same product. But the beginning, very much activity-based. The second part, actually not at all. We sort of divorced ourselves from that. And then the beginning was something completely different, which I called sort of the James Bond intro, you know, action stuff. So I call that creatively the intro. The interesting thing about these trailers is, so we spent, I don't know, 3-4 months on these, and it's quite a bit of work. But what's interesting about it is it focuses us too. So the first step is we want to say things. Like if you remember the first time we showed a 2020 trailer, it was this, you know, long shots of Chicago and like faraway cities, and we said, well, people had not seen that before. In this case, we wanted to show the natural environments are something that people have never seen before. Not on this scale, certainly not on this level of detail. And because we're making a real-world product, we can take real-world photographs as our guide. So took a famous photograph from Monument Valley over here, and then we put it in the sim. voila. And it looks pretty damn close. Like we didn't do a whole lot. Seb, you might want to talk about the augmentation.
Yeah, so this area is photogrammetry, but what we do is we now have the ground, which is all 3D instead of like it used to be 2D with the texture. So the ground is now all 3D. There's a lot of different 3D materials, the grass, the rocks, and the trees. Everything is now 3D as opposed to 2D as it was before, and everything is procedurally generated on top of the existing world data.
Yeah, so photogrammetry, you might remember last year we showed the Grand Canyon, looked cool. This is the same tech. This comes from a partner from Microsoft called Vexcel Imagery, something like that. And they have special cameras with which they fly and make these things possible. This was not possible just a few years back, actually, at this scale. And then this was the second shot. Again, kind of like the same idea. Let's show the breadth and the width. One of the things I thought I wanted to show you, just sort of bloopers. That second shot was this one's. Like, you know, I was like, hey, we need to show the living world. Let's make some Mustangs and have Mustangs run around. Well, it turned out to be a huge amount of Mustangs. It started to look like Red Dead Redemption. I'm like, no, let's go back. This is more airplane related, you know. Let's keep up there. Anyways, so then there's this shot, which made me really happy. Red Bull was something we tried to get into FlightSim 2020. And it didn't happen, contract stuff, but it happens this time. And I'm super happy that works. There's going to be 2 planes, the MXRS, the Zivco Edge 540 version 2 and 3. And those planes are made by Inibuilds. Excellent partner. And Seb?
Yeah, another interesting detail here is the cones that you actually see here. So we have a new physics engine that does tissue and inflatable stuff simulation, and so the cones here are inflated and simulated completely, and you can fly through and they rip apart into pieces and then they inflate again and all sorts of stuff.
Just like it should be. Yeah. This is just our process, right? This was a cool picture from Red Bull. We tried to get this right just to show, hey, there's different liveries, different planes. Same with this. This was sort of the outro shot, and this is the real world shot from Red Bull. We tried to get as close as we could. I think we did okay. Okay, so then came the second sequence, which I call sort of the core simmer one that we didn't do in 2023. So that was about airports and airliners, because we had kind of omitted that honestly in the first trailer. So here we have obviously JFK. You guys picked that up right away, and people noticed the right things. You know, hey, there's liveries. There's lots of plane models that are interesting, and the airport obviously looks a lot more realistic than it does. So I would say this was the inspiration for this. So just a busy airport, lots of ground stuff going on the ground. There's lots of ground services, obviously airplanes, good-looking sky, and I think we got pretty close. This is what's possible now with the SDK. That is what makes me really happy. This is a moderate amount of work. We took the JFK that we had in 2020 and just upgraded it. Gaia's doing this on their side. And the improvements, I think, are quite dramatic. And you will see a little bit more of this here in the next few slides. All right, here we go. So people said last year, commercial flight, anyone? You know, why is our commercial flight? Of course it's there. So this time we showed commercial flight. That's one of the big pilot careers. The A330, you guys figured it out almost immediately after like 20 seconds. This is also from Inibuilds. I just wanted to say we're making the A330-200, 300, and the GE and the RR engines.
So I think I've watched a lot of video analysis of the trailer, a lot of speculation on every shot where there is a character walking. Yes, we can now get out of aircrafts, work around aircrafts, and just open the door and go out. And the most important is you have the pre-flight checklist is now also outside, so you can remove the covers and. But that's very interesting.
We've never shown the pre-flight checklist. Oh yeah, announcement, pre-flight checklist. Yeah, keep going. going.
And so there's also a lot of hidden features in here on this image. For example, the rendering and lighting engine has been completely reworked. Some people may have noticed on some of the 2020 airport images, the aircraft sometimes they're a little bit green from the bottom. Sometimes the colors are not completely exact. So that was the sort of indirect lighting in the world wasn't perfect, and we redid this, and you can see it's not perfect. The bottom is gray, and it makes the whole scene a lot more realistic. Yeah.
All right. Video.
So last year we showed a very quick video about how we can now make much more accurate surfaces. So the aerodynamics is simulated with little surfaces that catch the airflow, and in 2020 there's just a fixed number, and you can't really change. You can just change the scale of it. And in 2024 there's a new system which allows you to just create pretty much anything. And you can see here it has the engines, the fuselage, a lot more detail. You can choose the detail, and it's extremely easy to use. It's optional. You can just add it to the file at the end, and it took us just 1 hour to upgrade this aircraft to the new system. So it's very easy to use.
Yes, you aircraft makers, 1 hour. It's cool. All right, so here we're just showing off ridiculous amounts of detail. Lots of detail. You have something here, right?
So the little tissue things here are also physically simulated. You can configure length and size, and so not the one on the engine, but the little floaty ones. The one on the engine are not moving in the wind anymore. But the remove before flight thing here, you see the pitot flags physically simulated if you want to add that.
Yes. How about this?
A lot of hidden detail in this shot. So maybe technical specialists have noticed something. The shadows don't have any edges, and the shadow of the button is much sharper than the one of the window. So this is all ray tracing here now, and it's super accurate.
Yeah, and here one of the goals for airports was to make them not only prettier but also more alive. And so we have now people walking on walkways. They can also walk inside the airports, and that's completely controllable by you guys if you make airports. So a lot more activity. And here you see one of our character models. It was kind of interesting, obviously FlightSim represents the whole planet, and we introduce characters. So that was honestly we took that very seriously. We need to represent humankind right. We'll talk about this more at some point. We just see it here. We have made a huge amount of character models, clothing that's appropriate for different regions, etc., etc., etc. We went way, way, way deep. We worked with one of the best companies in the industry. They're called Humane from the UK. They scan the faces of hundreds of actors and things. So it's going to be something. We'll add more detail as we go. We can spend all day here right now talking about this, but it's too much.
And again, you can see the super sharp shadows, which are ray traced here as well.
A little bit far. Okay.
That's me. So on this shot, some analysts, some people have noticed that some of the instruments don't move, or maybe none. So this is very simply work in progress aircraft. Of course, everything is simulated, animated, but when you go into the replay system, some people saw that it just didn't expose all the variable sleds. So that's going to be obviously moving and animated as it should.
All right, and this one, if you remember the 2020 trailer, this was just a homage. We had a takeoff in San Francisco. This was a takeoff in New York. And here we go. This was a little bit of controversy. I don't think it's answered yet. So this Diamond PC-12 NGX is made by Coronado, not the one that's currently in the marketplace. All right. Monsieur.
So we said that on the previous shot we said that everything was in 3D now, and how is that working? So it's Azure AI again. We use Azure again a lot more this time to know on every image, every area of the planet, the whole planet, is something: stone, rock, sand, grass. What basically is it? And then it assigns the right material and procedurally generates it. And we have close to 30 different biomes for the plants. And so you can see in the distance here, that's an Australian biome, which has the Australian plants and everything. And that's also automatically generated procedurally over the entire planet.
And that's Australian people, and that's Australian cars, it has Australian everything. So we went way in to make it authentic. Next one is interesting.
Yeah, this is the same location but in 2020. So you can see the difference. It feels like a flat field, and the vegetation clearly is just all panels, right? Rod shapes, imposters. It's all 3D now, and especially the ground, the stones in the when you look close up are all in 3D generated mesh.
Yeah, this one was a new game mode. Honestly, it wasn't really planned, but it was so much fun that we said, we got to do this. So aerial advertising is in.
Yeah, so important thing here in the video, you see the plane catching the rope. So the rope is actually suspended in the air, and the physics, the rope really impacts the airplane, which impacts the rope. So when you catch it, because the pole is down, you really feel the little pitch down moment. You need to pitch up, full gas, and it's completely realistic, simulated the whole rope physics as well. And here you can see the tissue of the banner. I think it's plastic, unfolding completely as it should, pulled by the plane. And actually, to get the banner right, we had to set exactly the same mass. You know, there's a little bit of weight at the bottom. The upper rope is a little shorter. It's simulated exactly like the real one, and it flaps in the wind exactly like the real banner in the real world advertisement.
Yeah, and then some people noticed the water. Yep, water looks better. That is just due to the lighting system. We didn't do anything else really to make that different. The photogrammetry is the same that we have in 2020. As a matter of fact, we have a new Miami, which is not this. And then we'll get back to the ships later. Hold on to the ships. I saw some comments on ships. Then I couldn't resist. I put my little not so hidden message in there. Sky's not the limit. Oh yeah. Talk about that more. Okay, so this is Aspen. Obviously the airport that we had in the original sim. And a word on the Vision Jet. The Vision Jet we already talked about is from FlightSimExpo. That plane has now been added upon by Work and Title. They're adding the cap system. We're working closely with Cirrus. So I think it's going to be a really, really close to the pin rendition of the Vision Jet, which is going to be awesome. Questions from Raoul. Oh my. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's totally intentional. That's intentional. Yeah, this is a VIP. So we actually looked a lot like what's a VIP in Aspen look like. We're like, okay, we'll pick this person. But yeah, you fly them around. That's actually a thing. That's what the VIP missions are all about. Yes. All right, and this one, there was some commentary about clouds, and I thought, hey, Seb, this is the Vision Jet in the clouds. Maybe we should talk about some Cirrus clouds. Cirrus Vision Jet, Cirrus clouds.
So we're improving the cloud system. We have added a few things. So there's a few shots later where it's even more visible, but we added another layer which is Cirrus clouds specifically. And there's been also a few improvements which will be more visible on a later screenshot on how the clouds are lit, depending on how high they are, which makes it a lot more realistic. And that's new lighting engine and new Cirrus clouds. So here again, Azure AI is doing a lot more work this time on the entire planet. So on the entire planet, we're detecting crop fields, where they are, which way they're oriented, because sometimes they have lines. What type of crop? There's 20 or 30 different types of crops, all realistically simulated and automatically put the 3D crops on there.
Yeah, and then just one word about, we have never talked about this helicopter, so it's obviously Robinson 66. This one and the DART system that's on there, the DART space system are done by Coronado. Here comes
so here we have a little video. So there's so much going on this shot that we actually make a different shot from a different angle. So yes, all the fields here are generated by AI, and it goes all the way to the horizon. And here you can see the CFD wind flow simulation of the helicopter moving the air and the grass around. And what we can see in behind is an all-new system. This is a CFD which expands as far as you can see, 6 minutes of history per aircraft. All the aircraft in the world are all simulated with a new CSD system, which is So it's cascaded, it's a sparse voxel, it's super performant, and it can do wake turbulence for every aircraft in the world, helicopters, everything.
So this scene, I'm excited about this scene because what it means for the sim. So in FlightSim 2024, we have a lot more ships populating the oceans. We have a new data stream, a company that we just signed with called Spire, and we get basically positional data of every ship on Earth, I think every 30 seconds. And we'll use that.
And so if you look into the detail very closely, you may see that the boats actually move with the waves, but this time they're in sync with the waves. So the water of the waves is now really simulated in 3D.
This is one of those bloopers. My first idea, nobody liked it. So we went with a tanker. Yep. So the mission system will, in this example, pick these locations, basically drive you out there, and then you do search and rescue. By the way, this 125 is made by Asobo. We had that in last year's trailer, if you remember the one on the oil platform. And here, you can just see. I can't wait for you to play this. It's so cool, being these people doing these things. All right, Seb, that's you.
So here you can see another instance of the new simulation. So it's a little bit like the banner, but this time it's transporting an AC unit. So you really feel the weight. It's pulling on the aircraft as it should. The aircraft is pulling on the rope. And it adds the whole complexity of flying the helicopter while transporting something. Make it not shake too much. It's really interesting and completely accurate simulation of this box and this rope. And yeah, so and you even feel the wind blowing onto the air conditioning, especially in a building like this. It makes it really tricky to land and be accurate to drop it onto the platform.
So on the helipad, it's obviously LA. So this is LA photogrammetry, and if you notice, the helipad looks really good, I would argue. And this is not the only one we're making. In fact, there's a team that is making every helipad on Earth. And we spent 1.5 years researching this. And they're all modeled. I know who that was. And I think we talked about this, but the Ericsson S64 air crane is from Blackbird. And it's amazing. This massive aircraft we had in last year's trailer is the A400M, and that is a highly detailed aircraft from Builds.
And so there's a hidden feature in this image, in this shot, which applies to every propeller, every rotor, is that there is a completely new rendering system of rotors, which doesn't need to have stages of whatever transparency blurring is. It actually multi-samples hundreds of times the actual blade moving on its real speed, real trajectory, and you automatically just get this effect by just modeling a rotor.
Yeah, I mean, the cool thing about the A400, actually why it's in the fleet, is because it can land on these itty-bitty tiny airstrips. And then some people said, but we should talk about this. We saw some videos on, hey, there's puddles.
Yeah, so the puddles, it's just because it's an airstrip, so it doesn't over the entire planet puddled. But important here also is the tropical biome. There is a ton of different vegetations, so it's not just people saw it when they looked at the video. It's very different plants, a ton, many different, and many different biomes. So it looks really different everywhere you go.
I just want to say we're not entirely sure if we have puddles or not. We will investigate. We think we
on
have
airports, probably.
So this beast, if you ever stood right next to one, this is the AT802 from Air Tractor. It's actually, it looks small. It's a gigantic plane. It's one of the ones that is made by. I think it's 35 feet long and 60 feet wingspan. It's a really huge plane, and you guys are making this.
Yeah. So for the aircraft we're doing upgrading, we actually, like this one, we rendered the aircraft, and this time we not just do the mesh scanning or the audio, we also do flight data recording with test pilots. and it provides a much more realistic results in the sim at the end.
We have a video.
Yeah.
Nothing much to say here. Also, firefighting is cool. All right, explore the world. So this was one of those pictures that I picked. I wanted a famous place that everybody recognizes, at least in America. Most people recognize El Capitan. And then here's a picture of what this currently looks like in Flight Sim 2020. You can see a couple of things. So we actually made it POI, for what it's worth. Got the size wrong. Okay. But this is what it looks like now.
So you can see all the trees in 3D, the grass is 3D, much more variety in height, and a lot of different grass and plant species. The plane impacts the grass and the ground when it's rolling through it. So you see the grass getting flat, or the terrain has a little if it's puddles or whatever you drive through, you see the impact of the wheels. And accurate 3D collisions, so the ground material really counts now. It's not just all flat. So when you land with a stall, for example, look at what the material looks like, because if it's rocks or so, it's going to be much harder landing than if it's a different type. When you taxi now, if you cut through the grass, you really feel it. You don't want to do that again. You stay on the taxiway. So it makes a big difference.
I crashed a lot. Yeah, I mean, I think backcountry flying is going to be really awesome, because the world looks really, really close to realistic, to the real thing now. I think you can see here like another cool feature, which is dirt accumulation. I think it's really neat. We partnered with a company called Tac Aero. I don't know if you follow those guys. Really cool. So I think in general, I think backcountry, I'm just in love. And then obviously, as we said earlier, you can get out now, and then you want to do stuff, and that is why we have our little. Oh yeah, I want to show that. We found that exact shot. So this is where we are now. This is where we are in 2020. Back to now. Now it looks better. Yes, coming to you soon. And then this is just a, kind of probably a me thing. Like, I love animals. I love doing stuff. I want to be delighted and surprised when we actually land somewhere. I remember there were some add-ons that actually did something similar, which I thought were great. So they're going to be, this is a mule deer. We will have tons of animals, much beyond what we had last time. We actually have a worldwide coverage map, and there will be a day where we talk about this more. Not today. All right, and here we have, there was just another idea. We partnered with this company called Flydoo. I think he's from Italy, who has basically a motor on a balloon. And we found lots of people in the hobby that are a little bit scared of airplanes, actually, but they would like to explore. So we said, why not? Let's go add some balloons, and if you want to go low and slow, you can go do that. This one, you want to talk about lighting?
Oh, yeah, because this is one of the first shots where you see the difference. So the lighting now accounts for the rays going through the atmosphere before they hit the clouds or anything. And that's why you can now have clouds which are, when there's a sunset, white at the top, like the Cirrus, and yellow at the bottom. That's something that was not possible before. That's now possible, and you see a lot more variation in the colors in the sky, especially at sunset and sunrise.
And this eVTOL, I don't know if you know it. I didn't see that many videos that picked out which one it is. So this eVTOL is called the Joby S4, and it's one of the, in my opinion, one of the more promising entries into the air taxi market. And this aircraft is created by FlightSimExpo. This, again, Zeppelins, kind of like, balloons. It's really, really slow, but you can get a certain view of the world that is just different. And social, which I like. And then obviously the lighting here looks awesome.
Yeah, so the lighting is I think it's just the result of the overall process of fixing and improving the formulas and the math of the lighting, and it overall looks a lot more realistic, even though it's actually the same lights in the world, the same meshes. So what has been done before still works. It just works a lot better.
Yeah, so early on here, a lot of people saw that right away. The Twin Otter, yep. Early on when we talked with the design team, hey, what aircraft do we want for the activity system? They said versatile ones, things that can do a lot. Well, the Twin Otter qualifies. So we talked to our friends at Aerosoft and said, hey, let's just take yours. They took it off the market, so nobody buys it, and we then put it out for free. Basically, it's going to get almost completely redone. So the art is going to be we scanned the plane from scratch. Builds is making the art, and Hans and his team are going to upgrade all the systems. And it did make me happy. One of you found the crocodiles. Got excited. Yes. Right there. You want to say something?
Yeah. So this is one of the 30 new biomes. This is the mangrove biome. Yeah.
All right, and this is just another example of what countryside tin really gives us. This is in the French Alps near Grenoble. So Microsoft bought about 1 million square kilometers of this so far, and we are planning to bring that to FlightSim 2024. And in years to come, this is a process, just saying. In years to come, we will get a lot more. Right now, we have a lot of national parks, those types of famous mountains in Europe, but we will get more and more of this as time goes by. I predict this is going to be our long-term future, that the entire world will look exactly like this. Not much to say here. This is just our dedication to go to the furthest away places possible. So it's just a helipad on I think it's in Ireland or something, I forget. This is a homage. I put that shot into the trailer when, if you remember, we were like, hey, you need Top Gun out. And I was like, oh, really? Okay. So this is a Top Gun celebration shot. And then here's the verse shot, shows you obviously the A310, the A10. Close. I don't know if that's publicly known, but that aircraft is created by DC Designs. All right, then here, this sequence added. I think it just shows how low and fast can also be fun. So these ultralights racing, I think is going to be neat. We're doing quite a bit.
And you can see again Azure AI in action, where it detects the roads, the hiking trails, the trees, places everything correctly. Everything is 3D and makes it look much better and realistic close to the ground. This is all 3D grounds. The rocks are placed by AI. You have the cacti, you have the bushes. Everything is 3D meshes and makes it a completely different experience than just a flat ground that we had before. This is the rainforest biome. And here you can see seasons in action. Yeah, the sim features seasons. So every tree species, every grass species, every bush has similar support for seasons, and the fields and everything looks different depending on all the different seasons.
Yeah, by the way, the aircraft is called the Magni M24 Orion, and it's made by Blue Mesh. There will be 3 new ultralights in the base sim.
And so I think last year we showed a little bit of this. We wanted to show this inflation again, but in wireframe. So there's a video. Every little string you see here is physically simulated. Every surface has pressure, convection simulation, and it naturally inflates the balloon just like that. And it's easy to author because this physical mesh is mapped onto the art mesh by sort of a morphing, blending, just like facial animation, which makes it automatically animate a real mesh that can have the shape you want, as long as it's close to the balloon. But this is all physically simulated now. And the lighting, you can see it's slightly translucent tissue lighting through the tissue, through the balloon, and on the ground, realistic translucent tissue material. And this is the perfect shot to talk about cirrus, lighting layers. This would not be possible if we didn't have the different light colors depending on the altitude of the clouds. And you can see the cirrus layer clearly at the top this time.
Yeah, here. So basically, we wanted to show off atmospherics, and what better plane to show it off in than the Osprey? Osprey. My God, I should really stop. The Optica, and the Optica. Some of you guessed this is actually the Optica from Gut Friends, but improved. Go Gut Friends.
Again, type of lighting where you have the ground layer, which is dark blue, and you can see at the behind it's all orange. This is only possible because of this new lighting engine on the sun and the atmospheric real simulation of the atmosphere. Yeah. And so these are realistically, they're animated, they're simulated, it's a shader, it's not a mesh, it's really simulated aurora borealis, and they look amazing. On the right side, you can see the new scattering lighting, and it blends with the auroras. Really looks awesome.
All right, the sky is calling. Answer the call, and we announced our date. So hopefully this was a little bit of fun, just breaking down the trailer for you guys. Now we go to the next section of this presentation. There's a bunch of chairs because we're bringing in a bunch of partners. So let's talk about partnerships. Seb. So FlightSim 2024, I have this new thing. I call it, it's made for the community with the community. And so development partners, we obviously have the 200 people at Asobo that we already talked about. But we have a large amount of other people that bring in their expertise. And so Asobo is the core, but we're adding people. And the first one you all know and love, working title. The team formed in 2020 out of the community. They had some excellent add-ons, freeware. And I remember calling them and say, hey, you guys want to do this full time? But they were 5 then. Now they are 25 or 26. Isn't that a great team's picture? Yeah. All right, and we have a guest today. It's Rob, who will give you a little bit of insight what other things Working Title is working on. All right, Rob Jones. Maybe.
Thanks, Jörg, and hello, everyone. I'm really excited to be here at FSExpo to share a little bit about some of the really cool things our team has been working on for FlightSim 2024. For years, flight simmers have had to rely on tools outside of the simulator, external to it, to plan their virtual flights, especially more complex flights. For our team of simmer developers, this presented a huge opportunity for innovation. And we are incredibly proud to tell you that with Flight Simulator 2024, that's all going to change. We are bringing a full-featured flight planning tool to Flight Simulator. Get ready for the 4-flight experience directly within the simulator. This new flight planner will be available across platforms, both inside and outside the sim, so you can pre-plan a flight on your browser, your tablet, or even on your phone. Or if you prefer, you can also build and monitor your plan inside the virtual cockpit. Not only can you plan your flight, you can also monitor progress in real time on the map, both inside and outside of the sim. So the flight planner includes a whole ton of features, but there are a few that we're really looking forward to. We're going to give you graphical and text-based route planning, fuel and payload planning, vertical profile planning, ETOPS planning, typical briefing information like weather, NOTAMs, and airport information, and VFR, of course. And VFR, of course, charts, including overlay charts. The map features VFR and IFR views, including procedure overlays and charts. We're also providing both VFR and IFR-focused nav logs and customizable OFPs. The flight planning tool will be available across platforms, including PC and Xbox, web browsers, and mobile devices. And I think you're going to love it. finally, one more thing. It's desynced. We know many of you saw the MFS 2024 trailer earlier this month, and that prompted some discussion about the avionics for the included aircraft. So we're excited to announce that one of the platforms we've built for Flight Simulator 2024 is the Primus Epic 2. This modern suite will be available not just in the PC-12 NGX, but like all our other avionics systems, it'll also be available to developers via the avionics framework for third-party aircraft inclusion. So I want to thank Jorg and Seb for the opportunity to give me this, to share a little about some of the project the team is working on for Flight Simulator 2024, and I can't wait to see you all there in November.
Thank you, Rob. All right, you already showed it a little bit. Climax. Who the hell is Climax? So Climax is a game studio founded in 1988. They were called Images Studios back in the day. And basically what happened was I looked at all the things we wanted to get done, and we didn't quite have enough people. So I asked Climax if they can help us. And I'd worked with them on, you know, I come from games, right? So I worked with them on Crackdown 3. I worked with them on Age of Empires 4, and they're really, really good. And so the CEO, I know him really well, Simon, and he had a team ready for us, and they will help us with things like Red Bull Air Racing and also Reno Air Racing. And as I went to Reno, so Reno in 2020, I have some regrets on that because I wanted Reno to be played as much as possible, and we put it up as a payware thing. Shouldn't have done that. And we're going to revert that. We're going to put the base Reno experience into the base of Flight Sim 2024. And then I know you know about Reno, so I have another partner announcement, and we have Tony. Tony's here. Here's Tony.
Thank you, Jorg. Thank you all. I'm Tony Lagatetta, Chief Operating Officer for the Reno Air Racing Association. We put on the National Championship Air Races, most commonly referred to and known as, including within Microsoft Flight Simulator, as the Reno Air Races. Big button. There we go. One more. Oh, there it is. Sorry about that. So for anybody who doesn't know what we do, I'll do a very, very brief little history lesson here. We are 8 planes racing wingtip to wingtip around a closed course, a closed pylon course, 50 to 250 feet above the ground at speeds up to more than 500 miles an hour. NASCAR in the sky, but a lot faster, right? Plus stole drag, which is a 2,000 foot down and back drag race in an airplane. For the last 60 years, we've been racing over in the skies above Reno, 1964 through 2023. About a year ago, we were informed that we were going to need to find a new home. So for the last year, we've spent most of our time figuring that out, and we recently announced about a month ago that Roswell, New Mexico will be the new home of the National Championship Air Races starting in 2025. So, with that news, and the reason we're all here, of course, I want to talk about our partnership with Microsoft, which started in 2020, and we released, I think in 21, right? Was when the pack finally came out? Yeah. Lots of work, wonderful partnership. The detail that they put in was amazing. It was way beyond anything we could have imagined. I'll stop talking about the future. But it's been an incredible partnership. He's been a pleasure to work with, and the response has been fantastic. So I am incredibly excited to announce right now that Microsoft Flight Simulator will be adding in the new race courses at Roswell to the upcoming release of Flight Simulator. What's really cool about it is it's actually coming out before the race happens. What that means is you all get to fly the course before our pilots get to fly the course. Thank you, Jorg. So I hope you all enjoy it. Thank you so much. We're really excited about it and can't wait to see what the future holds. Thanks, Jorg.
Awesome. All right. Wish list items. We read the wish lists. Know what wish list item 3 is? No? Replay functionality. Yes. Been on the wish list for a while. We always talked about, yeah, we're going to try this. And guess what? We found the right partner to get this done. And Fabio, come up here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Fabio Merlo, the developer behind the Flight Control Replay Recorder. It's a pleasure to be here in Vegas for FSExpo 24, and thank you to Microsoft and Asobo to invited me. And my passion for flight simulation began in 1994. With the Flight Simulator 4.0. I've enjoyed every iteration of the Flight Simulator series, and thanks to this passion, I studied and I worked on software development industry. Flight Control Replay. I developed Flight Control Replay for review my flights, and initially was my personal project, and only after I released it to the community. Sorry. Go back. Yeah. Okay. Today, I'm very excited to announce that the most important feature of the Flight Control Replay version 5 will be integrated in Flight Simulator 2024. Talking about features, will be inside the FCR embedded. Will be record and replay feature. In that way, you can save, you can create your flight, save and replay it. There will be also, sorry. I need to start the video one more time. Yeah? Okay. We will have an instant replay feature also. This goes a step further, enabling you to quickly review critical moments like landings and takeoff without interrupting your session. You can, thank you. Thank you. You can replay the last minutes of your performance, available in any time. Control it easily via with the time slider, and you can, if you want, you can push on take plane control, take plane control button. In that way, you can sorry. Okay. In that way, you can take the control of your plane. Another feature is Ghost Plane. Ghost Plane is a feature that allow you to use a ghost, and a ghost plane will follow your flight path in real time. And In that way, you can enjoy the ghost plane, and you can also customize this experience, trying to configure the distance offset, the degrees angle offset, and the delay offset between the maneuvers that from the user plane and the ghost plane. Okay. Another feature will be Play AI that enable flight formation at another level in replay mode. So you can populate your skies with even more aircraft and with the different. It's a different way to replay because with this feature you can replay your flight path previously recorded with an AI plane. And last but not least, we are introducing also the FCR embedded fly-by camera only for recorded flights. Thank you for your continued support and for joining us today. And thank you to Microsoft and Asobo for this big opportunity for me and for the community. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Fabio. I asked him to come specifically for this over here from Italy, so I really appreciate that you did that. All right, so talked about some dev partners. Now let's talk about some world partners. We're in pursuit of the perfect digital twin, right? So we are doing a lot. So nobody will be surprised. You know about Gaia. They work on most of our world updates and our city updates. There are now over 100 people. I think it's 115, all working on Microsoft Flight Simulator, dedicated with us. So all the POIs that we've seen lately were from them. They also have, not so well known, they have a research team that I utilize quite a bit. They're doing the tin editing. So when you think that the tin cities got a lot better, it's because of them. And there's a lot of stuff that they're contributing to Flight Sim 2024. For example, so here is JFK 2020. And here it is in 2024. 2020, 24. Aspen, which I thought looked good in 2020. Here's Donegal in Ireland. So the ground markings are going to be dramatically improved. We'll have a separate dev Q&A or something about this at some point. And then there's something that we haven't talked about at all yet, gliders, sailplanes. I care a lot about sailplanes. I hope you do too. We are going out of our way to make the sailplane experience really great. This is just one sailplane base or hangar, if you want. We're going to have all of them. It's the first time we made a database, first time called literally every glider school on Earth and said, hey, what do you got? What gliders do you have? What winches do you have? And we are modeling them all. So here you see some of the winches. And it's going to be crazy good quality. Then you saw that one, oil rig, right? Flight Sim 2020 had a roll. But we're not just making one oil rig or two or three or that. Well, too far. We're making all oil rigs in the world. And then somebody said something about ships. I was like, oh, I take that challenge. Somebody said, oh, those ships in the trailer don't look very good. True, those were the 2020 ships, but we're making 2024 ships. I just wanted to show you a little bit. So this is the quality you can expect. Fully decked out. You can obviously land on these things when they have a helipad. Here's an image of a trawler. And we're going to have a gigantic fleet of ships. And Gaia's doing a great job on all these. And we had help. You might know Global Ship AI Traffic, maybe. Been around for a long time. So again, this is partnering with the best. Let's embrace the community and the expertise that exists. So Henrik Nielsen launched Geist as freeware back in 2013 on FSX. Then it became freeware from then on. There's contributors out of 15 countries, and he helped us a lot with our selection of the fleet and how do we really break all this down. And hey, I have a picture of him right here. He couldn't make it today. The man is gainfully employed, right? So he's somewhere in South America, I think, right now. But he's been a great help to us. And we also get help from Kai. I don't know if you know Kai. He is in the Alpha India group, AIG. You might know them. He's been there since 2012. And he worked with Henrik on global AI ship traffic live. And I don't know if you followed it. That went away because the data provider was bought. And so I basically called them and said, hey, we're trying to do something similar. So we're feeding them the data. As I said earlier, it's a company called Spire. And these guys are helping us making the ship selection good and also making sure that the traffic feels right. So it's going to be great. Another partner, which doesn't need any introduction, as a matter of fact, check out your lanyard. The name is right on there. Microsoft has been working with Orbix for a number of years. They obviously made World Update, I don't know if you know this, but World Update 7, Australia, 12, New Zealand, and 13, Oceania were made by them. They made 2 aircraft, the Fokker F7 and the Caribou. And then less known is they are the team that is doing our DEM collection and DEM editing. So when we do world updates, for example, the nice new terrain that we get is coming through the Orbex team, as well as work on the World Hub management. And then today we have Holger here, Holger Sandmann, Holger, to talk us through some maybe not so expected projects that they're also working on for FlightSim 2024. Here it comes. Whee!
Hello, everyone. It's good to see that Orbix can draw a great crowd. Sorry. Oh, here we go. I am the head of the geospatial team at Orbix, and I've been with the company for about 15 years. In fact, over 15 years. And during that time, we have created and developed large expertise in dealing with large geospatial databases and processing them and then transforming them into these regional and sometimes global projects that we've been creating for a long time now. And the reason I'm showing you this particular map, which is basically just your standard VFR map, is that it contains a type of spatial data that are very important to pilots, and those are vertical obstructions or obstacles. And as you may know, so they are contained in this map as symbols basically, but obviously they are in the landscape and pilots are trying to avoid them, but also use them as important navigational landmarks. So in Microsoft 2020, so in the current version of the sim, as you probably know, they are very poorly represented, I should say. And that is, so there are a handful of the largest antennae or towers, television towers, that have been modeled as individual POIs in world updates or in the core sim. But beyond that, it's basically not represented at all. In fact, if you fly at night, you've probably seen those red hovering lights, which are the obstruction lights for specific tall masts and antennae, but the models themselves don't exist. So during the day, you don't see anything there. And that means basically that there are thousands, in fact, hundreds of thousands of these important objects missing. And so Georg and myself and our team discussed for quite a while ago, actually, this shortcoming, and it didn't take us very long to decide that we should do something about this. And so we started on a project that will encompass and include all of these vertical obstructions. And so that includes antennas, towers, cooling towers, and other similar objects, wind turbines, those kinds of things. Yeah. The clicker is, yep, slow. Yeah, possibly, of course. So this was about 18 months ago that we started on this project. So we've been into this for quite a while, and obviously when we started, we were also aware that there's already a project out there which is very popular. It's a freeware project called We Love VFR, which is done by. That's right. It's basically a husband and wife team from Poland, and they've been actually doing a similar kind of project or had a similar goal since the release of Microsoft 2020. So we reached out to them and asked them whether they wanted to join the project, and they were very excited to do that. And so we are partnering with Puff in Flight, which is the name of that company, and we'll together work on this obstacle database. And to give you an idea of the scope that's involved, thank you. So these are just a few of the data points, actually, of one of these obstructions. So these are, like I said, tall masts, antenna, and it's more than 500,000 individual objects across the globe, so a lot of them. And that obviously presents a number of large challenges as well. So first of all, there are obviously published databases for some of these obstructions, but they're often very inconsistent in terms of their quality, especially the kinds of data points or parameters that we require, which is basically an exact location, given that Microsoft Flight Simulator is orthophotography based, so you would actually see the footprint of the individual objects on the ground. So if it's 100 meters left or right or even further, then that is already not a very good outcome. And then the same thing is that even the basic parameters like height or type are often not really very accurate and correct. So the first challenge for us was to basically find all the available data and then sift through them in terms of quality, what we can retain, what has to be replaced, what has to be checked. And so this is basically a very large database-driven project. So we are not talking about creating individual models for each of these antenna, which is obviously not possible if you're talking about 500,000 or more objects, but rather we build a database, and for each of these points, each of these structures, which as many as parameters that describe the type, shape, height, color, the different types of lights. And then we have a library of models and objects, parts of objects, that will then basically assemble, pick the most relevant and similar object type and build basically these objects into scenery. Next slide, please. And so these are just more kind of similar slides that show the number of objects involved. And I do want to point out, even though that typically in these cases, most of the data points are in Europe and in North America and perhaps Oceania, we are striving to make this a truly global product, which means, or feature of the new simulator, I should say. And this means that we have actually paying attention to all the smaller countries and African, Asian countries everywhere. So we are striving to have a consistent global data set that then will build actually the antenna and other obstructions across the globe. Thank you. So we don't have any direct screenshots to show you yet, but we have just a few towards the end here, a couple of examples of before and after. So this is what it currently looks like. This is the power plant in the simulator, and then afterwards with the cooling towers and the chimneys. and associated visual effects. And then this screenshot shows you the diversity of antennas. So we're not going to place the same object, as I mentioned, everywhere, but rather we have our database, and the database will actually inform what kind of objects we will place. And so even a grouping of antenna will represent the real world as closely as possible. So we do believe that this is a major step forward for flight simulation in general for us, but also personal for me. I think it's fascinating that this is actually an example of how flight simulation drives the development of a database that doesn't even exist today for commercial aviation. So the consistency, the quality, the accuracy, that is our goal, and we hope to achieve that. And this will be incorporated in the core sim for both 2024 and 2020. All right, thank you very much. Enjoy the show.
Well, thank you, Holger. We're way over time, so I'm gonna, yeah. Hey, Evan, sorry. I don't know where you are. Aircraft partners. So we've announced a bunch, but we are striving to work with the best. And here's a new announcement for today. And we have another speaker. Raimund Kuhlmann is here.
Thank you, Jörg. Hi, guys. First of all, thank you to this awesome community. You're the best, really. It says Raymond Kuhlmann, I think, but you know me better as Scott Gravel, probably. And I'm coming here and show you a few cool things. Now, you've seen this wonderful aircraft. It is designed from scratch again, the Optica. Beautiful aircraft observation. You're gonna love it in VR. It's great. This is our team. Fresh photo. They're sitting over here. We all love you. You know that. This now, gliders. We love gliders. You know, Got Friends loves gliders. But we needed something more. We needed world-class avionics in modern gliders that really that can take your glide to the next level. Basically, you needed a flight computer that takes Microsoft Flight Simulator flight plans and converts them into popular gliding tasks that do live calculations to waypoints, give you arrival height, everything you use all the way to finish. So that opens the way for Xbox as well to finally use this. So we're getting a real good flight computer, the LX family. We roped in the support from Ian, also better known as B21. He's been doing this for a long time also. It's designed from scratch, wonderful flight computer, very capable, highly configurable. You have dark mode, light mode, and you can turn off all this data visualization that you see. You can configure it completely to have more data or more map visibility. It's really up to you, and that really will help your glide to plan everything better with all the terminals, everything. Super capable. It's too much to cover right now, but trust me, it's going to be wonderful. It's a suite, so it's not just the LX navigation computer. It is also an LX Vario, and not what you have now. This is going to be a very potent one. It's complete. It provides all the speeds that you expect. So it has netto, total, speed to fly, McCready. It has various pages. There's a wind speed page. There's as you can see here, artificial horizon page as well, settings. And because it's a suite, they work together. So if you set your metrics for one, it will be automatically the same in the other. So this is a lovely suite you will find in the gliders that are coming to Microsoft Flight Simulator. Aircraft announcement. Ready for it? I hear a lot of guessing online. Yeah, you don't want me to keep you waiting, is it? Okay. Here's one. Now, some of you may wonder, what is this thing? It's a wonderful glider. It's kind of a luxury glider. It is a side-by-side, self-launching glider that has a combustion engine, a Rotax 914. It is the STEMI S12. hard to afford in the real world. This thing is very, very expensive. But who cares? We're here. We can all fly it now. So it's a beautiful machine. We went all out for realism. The solar panels you see here actually working, taking into account the position of the sun, the latitude you're at. So it really absorbs the right amount of solar power to help charge your systems if your engine is off. Wonderful detail, I think. Looks really good. Avionics, they will be here. The LX navigation suite as well. Very, very functional. Even the choke is working on it. So yeah, we went all out here. You're gonna love it. It glides really majestically, as you would expect. It's 25 meters. It will not be as nimble as a 15. The flap system is fully functional in a way that you would expect for gliders, because when you select a flap on a glider, it's a bit different from a normal aircraft. On a glider, a flap tends to settle you in a certain speed, and it does exactly that. So if you go for your full negative flaps, it tries to settle above 100 knots, and if you go down, it tries to go slow. So it is like your gears in a car, as it works in the real thing. It's beautiful. Very, very stable aircraft because it's so big. Back to you, York.
All right, another partner announcement. I just said inventor, and then I said, I'm just not going to say anything. The guy can talk for himself. Here we go.
Hello, welcome all you Microsoft Flight Simulator fans. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Mike Patey. I like to build wild, crazy flying machines, from backcountry bush planes that carry motorcycles to my legendary bush plane called Draco, which unfortunately I crashed, but I'm bringing it back bigger, better, more power, over 1,000 horsepower jet engine turning propeller to fly and build the craziest bush plane ever made. That is now underway in my shop, but for those of you who love Flight Simulator, this aircraft is Draco X, the new, bigger, more improved backcountry radical bush plane. And with the modern technology we have today, you get to fly it on simulator while I build it in the shop. The technology allows us to put in that over 1,000 horsepower, the bigger wings, all the modifications I'm doing in real life, and you're gonna fly it first because Microsoft is paired with me to bring that to you early. So welcome to Draco X. Follow on my channel, MikePatey.com is my website, Mike Patey YouTube channel. Enjoy the build, fly the plane while I finish the bigger, badder, better Draco X. Love you guys. Back to work.
And here it is. And who's making this thing? Yes. All right. And then we have one last thing. Oh, yeah, I wanted to say. So, just to repeat, built for the community, with the community. I hope you saw that today. There's Asobo, working title, and a whole bunch of other partners, and it's going to make the best them ever. So I'm very grateful for these partnerships. Here we are now. I think we added a few. I think we're now at 18 or something. So there's another 10 to come for the coming months. Fun is not over. Oh, yeah. Here comes the one more thing. Something I'm very happy to announce. Now, close. Asobo's most complex plane ever made. Seb, come on. I'll click for you. Whoa.
So, have you guessed what it is? Yeah. Oh. So we can a lot of detail on this airplane. Yeah. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah. So we'll be part Boeing 737 MAX 8 will be part of the base simulator. Yeah, 2024.
All righty. That was it. Thank you. I hope you had fun. I hope it was interesting. And I hope you feel like we do, that the best days for flight simulation are still ahead. The sky is calling. I'll see you all there.
Before we all go, I know there are, well, first of all, there were some amazing reactions on the stream. I was watching all the chats, but of course, there were even better reactions here in the room. I know we are a bit over time, but I thought if people might have any questions, we could take a few questions? What do you think?
We can take some questions.
Yeah? So there are some microphones out there in the room if you guys would like to stand up and make a line. I know it'll be a little bit tricky to get in too many questions, but we'll try and take at least a few. For those of you watching online, do remember as well, this is FlightSimExpo 2024 in Vegas. We have another day. If you want to come and ask these people some questions in person, you can come here tomorrow.
Tomorrow is another presentation about the marketplace. It's going to be super interesting.
And that as well. Yes.
Come.
So, Jorg, I'll leave you in the panel to take some questions. You've all got your microphones. And
I think you'll have to...
You want me to help out?
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. Well, let's start on this side then, please. Just say your name, where you're from, and then you can ask your question. And if we can just make sure the microphone on this side is on, please, guys. Should be able to just speak right into it. Okay, how about this side? Is that one working? Yeah, that sounds like it's working. Go ahead. Name, where you're from, and your question.
Yeah, my name's Mark. I'm from Chicago. And first of all, thank you all and to the entire team. My question is specific to the mission system and whether or not that's going to be exposed through the SDK. Will we be able to create our own mission structures and build those into the game? We haven't gotten a lot of detail about that yet. Ultimately, what I would love to see is a career mode built into the core sim.
Yeah, so we have a career mode. I think you know that. Maybe you're right. We haven't talked about it a ton. Yeah, there's so much to be said. I would just say we're really trying to do it in such a way that you can pick your aviation passions.
Okay.
So you have to go through certifications. It's not at all a game. Like, it really isn't. So you have to go earn the certifications for the planes that you want to fly, to the missions that you want to go to, where they are. So but there's a lot to be said. I think we'll have to take this offline, unfortunately.
They do have a nice booth just outside as well. Okay, over here, please.
Hi, guys. I just want to say you've made the most beautiful sim that we've ever seen.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, I would like to talk about covering it up. We got to talk about visibility. You know, in the fact that you've made this beautiful sim, but I want to see, are you making better controls that we can get to that quarter-mile visibility, that 1,000-foot RVR? You know, those sorts of controls that we can really test instrument flying skills. So what are you guys doing about that? Are you allowing for third-party weather injection? Those sorts of things? Really want to dial in that visibility and cover up this beautiful sim with some fog or clouds or other things like that.
So what I can say is we're working on improving it, and obviously we're gonna say more in the future.
Okay.
And right now in the sim in 2020, if you want to experience, I think with the cloud layer you can do a little bit of that.
Yeah, that's not the same.
Yeah, it's not the same.
So yeah, I really got the 1,000-foot RVR, the 600. Get the visibility down.
Okay.
Thank you very much. We'll go over to the next slide, please.
Well, I want to say something.
Sorry.
About the weather system thing. I wanted to say something too. So we are going to talk to Media Blue about this, right? We talk about it in Dev Q&As all the time. We're going to see if there's a way for us to go share the weather data. And I've already said I don't have any misgivings to Active Sky or other things that people like. So let's go do it. Why not? Right. Sure. Yep. We're looking into this topic. That's for sure.
Oh, good. Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Hey, I'm Chris Smith. I'm from Seattle. Love the sim. The only issue I have right now is with thunderstorms at higher altitudes. So if you're doing a long haul flight across the country and you see weather on the radar, thunderstorm buildup, you don't see that in the sim. You maybe see it lower lower down, but you don't see it en route, and you don't have to deviate for weather at all. So if you could bring back thunderstorms at higher altitudes where you have to deviate, like real pilots do, that'd be awesome. Thanks. I don't know. Are you working on that, or?
So it's interesting. As I just said, we did talk to Media Blue a little bit and what data they have available, and there seems to be something about thunderstorms. So honestly, we need to look at this more. But we hear you. Feedback. Yep. Noted.
All right, go ahead. Tim Wells, go ahead.
Hello.
Okay, there we go. Tim Wells from Ohio, and are you going to have the ability to assign controller profiles per aircraft?
Yep.
Awesome.
That was easy. Apparently, this is the content creator side, and this is the other person's side. I don't know. Go ahead, guys.
Hello, Flight Switch Joel, Eugene, Oregon. I flew here with that guy in the end from Seattle. Anyways, my question is helicopters. Glad to finally have them in the sim. We are happy that they are improving. The new ones look great, but I want to know: are they going to fix in this the current sim and especially the new sim? There are some minor things like the turbine engine's not working right, the needle's not splitting. If you're a helicopter pilot, you know what I'm talking about. Auto rotations still don't work, and so for us who fly helicopters, even as amateurs, it'd be just great to know. My community wants to know if that's going to improve or if you're even looking at those things.
So yeah, we have people working on the turbine thing. That's one question. So that should improve. And auto rotation, maybe we can talk about it later because I can do it in the sim. So I don't know what the issue is.
So maybe we'll take that at the booth tomorrow. All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Right over here, please.
Hello.
Hello.
I am Raul from FS Reborn, representative from third party now, raising a question. First, a special thanks on behalf of the party community for listening to the features that we've been asking for a while. I did specifically ask Sebastian last year about allowing us to get out of the plane and walking. So thank you very much for doing that for us. I can see a lot of improvement on the scene and want to bring actually a little bit of cheer up after those questions. I talked to Seb about the weather a few minutes ago before coming in here. I explained the problem, and now he understands it. You guys have to give them a break. They just need to understand things sometimes better. And as you have seen all the features that I put in, we talk to them, and they are there, right? So just be happy. I can see the amount of improvements that we're having is just incredible. Now, my personal question is passengers. I saw passengers moving. I saw passengers walking around planes. Can you guys share a little bit of information how we as a third-party developers can use that as an improvement for our products?
There are spawn points that you can set so for the jetways you can, and inside the airports you can, and then there's also, we haven't shown this at all, inside the aircraft.
They will join the aircraft, and then like we saw on the Zero Jet.
I can't hear you quite right, but I believe the answer is yes.
Right. Okay. I think yes then.
Yeah, just take it as a yes.
Thank you very much. So we've got time for just, I think, two more maybe. So one from over here and then one from over there. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Stephen Waters. I'm from New York, JFK, my home airport. I just wanted to say thank you very much for creating this simulator to get us out in the world and exploring the world. It's helped me understand this world that we live in so much better. I do have 3 questions, and I'll save the other 2.
It's got to be just one. Just
I'll
one.
save the other 2 for tomorrow.
Thank you.
My question that I think everybody here is wondering, the 737 MAX, is that going to be a paid up option like the 787 was, or is it just free for everyone?
None of the planes we showed, all of the planes we showed, don't say negative, positive. All the planes we showed are in the base sim.
Great. And thank you.
Yeah.
VFR map, are you touching that, the one that you push V? Are you touching that and updating that? That's my second question.
We didn't get you. Say it one
The
more time.
VFR map, when you push V on the keyboard,
Yep.
are you updating that map with topography and other data?
We don't know the answer. We suck.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. I'm told that's all the time we have for questions. I do appreciate everyone's patience with that. Thank you for hanging out with us.
Thank
Of
you
course,
all.
You can find them at the booth. Appreciate everybody. And and just one more quick programming note for everybody. Howard, and that's Forder Learn to Fly, our session designed for new pilots and new flight simmers will be coming up right after this. If you need to take a quick stretch and a quick break, we'll come back and wrap that up for the end of the day.
So, folks, we're going to leave it there for the coverage of the live stream from Microsoft, who gave us a dev update on Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. Very interesting to see the chat reaction. You guys seem to be pretty excited by it and also kind of worried about your system specs, which is kind of fair. We still have lots of questions, of course, and I suppose between now and November, we'll get more and more information. And thank you very much for the subscribes. Thank you for joining in. If I didn't say hello to you, and there were some donations and follows as well, so I really appreciate it. Let me catch you up just very quickly, just to summarize if I can. Look, I've been busy. You know, this is hard work. It's tough trying to keep up with everything that was announced, and we will try and get TwoToneMurphy back in very quickly. And speak of the devil, and he shall call. So I will just accept this in the background while I try and catch you all up just with the summary. So very quickly, and I won't cover everything because there genuinely was just so much that was going on. But they started off with the city update of Las Vegas and covered that. They mentioned that there's 50 million unique users with over 1 billion flight sessions. There's 5,000 add-ons, which is 3.5 per day from the creator community over the last 2 years. They're going to keep updating Microsoft 2020 every month, they said. That's a good little bit of clarification, I suppose, that they have given us as well, that we kind of were a little anxious about. In terms of Microsoft 2024, which is absolutely, I think, what we wanted to hear more about. Well, the Asobo team is 200 and counting, just purely on Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. And it was interesting format that they took, wasn't it? And as to how they presented today, they really did what a lot of streamers have been doing, which is breaking down the trailer scene by scene and actually answering some questions. So they must have watched them with interest to see what everybody was able to find and investigate, and with their detective hat on in trying to break down what we can expect in the new sim. So just some quick clarifications, and I won't go through every single scene, but they did mention how photos were augmented and put in the sim. They talk about ground 3D versus 2D with textures, which is the way it is at the moment, affecting things like the grass, the rocks, the trees, you name it. They spoke about cloth simulation, if I got that right, which is about the inflation of things like balloons and cones, and even how they rip apart, which is kind of fun. Again, it was interesting just to watch the chat to see what you thought about that. Some of you were saying, "Hey, do I really use gliders? Do I really care about this?" So I suppose that's going to be interesting to see how that uptake is like. They confirmed, of course, the A330, 200, 300 GE and Rolls-Royce engines would all be provided in the new sim, and we already spotted that was in the builds. I mean, the EFB was the tablet was a total giveaway, wasn't it? That was going to be any builds. You can get out of the aircraft now. You can actually get out of the door, walk around to your pre-flight checklist, outside, remove the covers. That's kind of cool. I wonder, will the FBOs incorporate it there too? That's kind of the next logical extension from that. Seb, as always, spoke about his wind flow. He loves his wind flow. Good old Seb. But it was impressive nonetheless as to how that will actually apply to aircraft and the different possibilities there. Shadows and ray tracing is coming as well, and that shadow accuracy was very, very improved. And I think that's the overall takeaway that I got for it, for sure. That the overall quality pretty much of everything, and I'm just going to mute Murf, who I hear in the background. The overall quality of everything seems to just jump up to that level, and that's very obvious from a lot of the contrast from screenshots from 2020 to 24. So that's the big summary, I think. Just like overall huge step up in quality. Just quickly to cover the rest of it then. So they confirmed that the PC12 PCX is from Coronado. Okay, replay tool. So yes, this is where they started getting into a lot of their partnerships. And yeah, it's interesting what they're doing, isn't it? Partnering with the folks in the know, the actual ones with the expertise. I suppose it makes a lot of sense, right? Right? Why, try and reinvent the wheel? And why not just leverage that expertise that exists, particularly if it's proven, which is absolutely the case with a lot of these partnerships that they announced. So the first one, of course, was, well, I'll come back to the replay tool. They also spoke about Azure AI playing a part with 3D generated meshes. Spoke about rope physics, interesting, as well as even plastic physics and how the material flaps in the wind and so forth. Water has improved lighting. The Vision Jet, we know, is already coming as part of the base sim. We knew that, and that's the same Vision Jet that we have at the moment. I'm sure it's going to be slightly improved as well. The cloud system has Sirius clouds. Cool, which also changes how they're lit based on the time of day. So it'll be very different at sunset versus sunrise, as you'd expect. The Robinson 66 is by Coronado, another one. And yeah, just there's a lot of generation by AI. They spoke about fields even being how that was all generated but by AI. So it's definitely playing a larger part in the new sim. They spoke about wake turbulence, how it'll affect every aircraft, in particular helos as well. And the positional data of ships for every 30 seconds will be incorporated into the sim as well. And even ships, which they spoke about, will move and be in sync with the waves in full 3D. So that's kind of cool. Every helipad is around the world is going to be in the sim as well, which is a very welcome addition. There's some great freeware add-ons in this area, but it's always great when you've got that one less download. And the A400M is by Builds. That they call that highly detailed. Didn't quite call it study level, but highly detailed. We'll see what that means. New rendering systems for the rotors, etc., etc. So what else? My list of notes kind of goes on and on. They spoke about the POIs and the differences of in them compared to the previous version to do with the things that I just mentioned, such as waters, trees. Even what was interesting, what they spoke about was how the aircraft impacts the ground based on the different terrain. So again, in one of the trailers, we saw that where was it a Cub? Hey, thanks for the follow. Where a Cub came in to land, and you saw it spray up dirt onto the side of the aircraft, and we saw that on the wheels as well. So that's very, very welcome, that dirt generation. Fly Do have a motor on a balloon. That was pretty much what I wrote down. There's a motor on a balloon. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure that might be for me. And then the Joby S4 is coming from Flight Effects. The Zeppelin balloon was mentioned again. They spoke more about the tissue material of balloons. They confirmed November 19th, which we knew. Optical will be improved from Gotfriends. Route planning coming into Microsoft Flight Sim. Oh my God. Route planning coming into Microsoft Flight Sim. That's huge. So it was everything, wasn't it? It was fuel. It was payload. It was performance data. It was ETOPS. It was airport information. It was VF4 charts and overlays. That's going to be very, very interesting. So, yes, our friends at Navigraph, I'm sure, are taking a lot of notice and are probably running into a room to discuss that right now. So, and that's covering mobile and Xbox as well, and we'll connect all together. So, yeah, that seems a pretty comprehensive, offering there in contrast to Navigraph's offering. And thank you for the subscribe. I appreciate it, Jay Brown. What else? Just very quickly, the base Reno will be brought into the sim. So Reno, as it stands in 2020, will be brought in, the base version of it. You're confirmed. But then also the new Reno Air Races, which is now the Roswell, New Mexico 2025 Air Races, will be brought into Microsoft 2024. Fabio from FCR, which is Flight Control Replay, spoke about the replay tool, which we know already. And that'll be fully integrated into Microsoft 2024. It'll have record and replay functionality, including instant replay and flyby camera for only recorded flights, which is so close, so close. It's a great step in the right direction, isn't it? not quite fully there, but maybe it's a stepping stone to help us get there. But that's very welcome. And as I say, yet another mod, yet another download that we don't need to worry about, which is awesome. They spoke a bit about Gaia as well, who have 115 people. They're covering JFK, Aspen, and Donegal. Did you hear the whoop, by the way? Did you hear the whoop in the background from somebody in the crowd? That was Murf. He messaged me. That was him. Yeah. Can't bring him anywhere. Winches will be there. Oil rigs, all the oil rigs will be there. Ships and trawlers is going to be a huge fleet because they're partnering with Global Ship AI Traffic, which is, again, is phenomenal what they do. So bringing it in makes a ton of sense. Orbix then came on talking about vertical obstacles, things like antenna, things like wind turbines, things like chimneys, cooling towers. And We Love VF4 was mentioned with Puff and Flight behind the scenes there, all incorporating it into the sim in 2024. So that again is huge. Got Friends then finally talked about the Optica map overlay and some various different computers that they brought in, and they're making it a suite. The STEM S12 they're launching, which is a self-launching glider. What else? Oh, then they moved on to Asobo, who are bringing the 737 MAX, part of the base sim, and that was a question that was asked. Is that part of a deluxe version or a premium deluxe version? And York confirmed, nope. It's everything that we've seen so far is all part of the initial, the base level offering, which is great. Which makes me wonder what you might get in a premium version. I'm sure there has to be a premium version. In terms of the questions at the very end, I believe that there were long lines on each side of the floor. Murf was actually standing in the queue and totally ignored. I don't blame them at all. So they got some weird questions, didn't they, right at the very end? Was there any of interest? One person asked about passengers walking around. Okay, career mode. So yeah, you're confirmed that the idea is that you can pick your passions for career mode based on how you want to fly and what you want to do. But you need certifications. You need to be able to qualify in order to be able to achieve and have the opportunity to do that thing. I suppose exactly like you would in a real career, right? So that makes a lot of sense and will be interesting. Oh yeah, for passengers walking around the planes, there'll be spawn points. So I can only take from that they mean that when you're loading in, that you can actually, rather than choosing a particular stand or a particular runway, that you can also choose these other points which they might have, which you'd load in as a passenger or as part of the crew perhaps. But I'm totally making that up. That's just what I would believe they mean by a spawn point. So that's a summary of what we heard. We still have lots of questions, but it did answer some, which is what we wanted. I think there's going to be plenty more planned over the course of the coming months ahead before November 19th. Let me see what you guys are saying in chat and catch you up. So that was quite a lengthy. It went way beyond time, didn't it? It went on for over an hour and a half rather than I think the 45 minutes was it that they had planned. Great for Xbox and casual flyers. Yes, it was the Max 8. I wonder if they'll be doing any other Max variants. I'd say they'll start with the 8 and try and perfect that. If the Reno Air Races supports lots of people in multiplayer, time could make for some fun streams. Absolutely, yeah. I was like a lot of you, I think. I downloaded the Reno Air Races, used it a handful of times, and then that was kind of it. I didn't really touch it again. The concept was good, but yeah, just the repeatability factor, the need to come back more and more, just quite wasn't there for me. Agent Presto, great work, Gibbo. Thank you so much. And Mr. Dan, awesome work, Gibbo. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Murph's question was going to be, why isn't Leitrim getting proper photogrammetry? I think it was. Actually, in all honesty, I don't know what Murph's question was going to be, but I think it was going to be a good one that we all wanted to know. I think it was going to be pricing. But that's just from how I know Murph's head works. So it's a shame that didn't get answered, because that would have been good to see what they said. Seasons in full, 3D ground, 30 biomes, new trees. Yeah. 20 different crops. Game Pass coming in. Yeah, in again. Let's say over on YouTube, you're so good to stay with me on YouTube as well. We had such high numbers tonight. I genuinely can't thank you enough for keeping me company. Kevin says, I'm happy that I Love VF4 folks are getting some love. Yeah, they're doing some great stuff. And, it does make a lot of sense, as I say, to leverage the expertise that exists rather than start from scratch and try and be a competitive offering. Why not just partner with these folks? But, the more you take up these these folks that are helping to push our sim, is that driving overall the level of advancement forward? That's a conversation and a debate absolutely for another day, I think. I'm curious as to what Mr. Murf thinks and is making of all this. So I'm going to see if things work, and I'm going to try and bring him over. So Murf, I'm hoping you can hear me. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, but I'm hoping. Is it working?
I can kind of hear you, so I'll see if I can do something to improve things. So, folks, stand by. We're going to just jump over to the one and only Two-Tone to if I could get the right actual page on my stream deck, that would be very helpful. Okay, let's jump over to Murf.
Hey, how's it going? I hope you can.
Hey, Murf, how are you?
I'm holding a microphone, and I'm not sure if the microphone works. Something. It's on this equipment, but yeah, I'm hoping the audio is there. Can you hear? Yeah, okay, we should have good audio.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, that was.
You're looking less
so
white,
two
actually.
Good
work.
I'm here beside the. If you just get the signage right, it's without the X or the F. But anyway, I had two questions to ask them. Right, the first one was going to be multiplier, and the second one was going to be the price. Of course, I didn't pick the price, so I'll get up and now tonight. I'm going to meet them tonight, and
okay.
it's three very important questions.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try and get some sort of feedback out of them over that.
Yeah.
But lot of information dropped in it. Like, how do you feel about it? I mean, did you feel there was like lots and lots of stuff, or just there was a bit?
It was a step in the right direction, as I said. As far as answering, look at you with your logo behind you and everything. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Listen, hang on.
Yeah, flying the flag, literally flying the flag. Good man. Yeah, well, you know what, Murph? Like we at Houston last year was on the Saturday night too. Did get the opportunity to have a side conversation with Jorg and Seb, didn't we? The two of us,
Absolutely.
Where they were. They didn't go too far out as far as letting anything slip, but they did give a bit more insight into their logic and thinking behind things. So, for example, they spoke to the both of us last year about how they were really trying to go for that casual gamer rather than, which is they felt was an untapped audience at the time. Now, bear in mind that's a year ago. So I'm hoping you might get that opportunity again tonight to actually have that conversation and about a couple of things just to see what's really going on.
Absolutely, because some of the questions that were raised afterwards, like some of them are just painful, right? So what we want to know. We will get this information. Pricing, we have kind of Game Pass. We know what the price is going to be. We didn't realize that all aircraft are going to be on the one edition. So yes, there's probably a tiered edition again coming. They haven't spoken at all about multiplayer at all. And it's the issues that revolve multiplayer, like the model matching, liveries, and all this kind of good stuff. They haven't touched it at all. I'm going to try and hit them up on that. For third-party developers, I think it's good news because they're saying, you can have people walking. I don't know what the guys in GSX are going to do. They're going to lose the absolute will over this because it almost puts them redundant, right? In terms of having people to walk around. Or maybe this is a better way for GSX to do it. It could make their life incredibly easier. I think something awesome as well was how Asobo had mentioned we're going to do something with the rotors and also the props. That's a huge problem. Having a realistic prop moving, be it on a helicopter or on a fixed wing, it's so important to see it. And if they get it done right, if the developer gets it done right, it makes the thing very, very realistic. If they get it wrong, you see like the 10 or the 5 or the 1 FPS helicopter rotor spinning. It's like, what is this? So that's good. They're going to work on that. And then this comes down to it comes down to this AI generating the ground. It's a 3D rendered ground as opposed to like this 2D kind of covering. Really exciting and like bush flying. I mean, you heard the yeehaws from Can-Do with that freaking mad Draco gadget. I mean, about 1,000 horsepower, right?
Yeah.
And in fairness, he fell off a bull now that was only about 6 horsepower, but like. Yeah, look, a lot of exciting things there. There's still a lot more to be figured out. It's cool that they're using, Wheel of VF4. That was awesome. The stuff that all Rex are able to do, that's really, really good. I think everything I've seen so far is still pushing this sim to be the general aviation or bush trip or, I mean, because it's all about the world generation. A lot of that, it's like making the place feel alive. I mean, if you're on an airliner,
okay, yeah, you can see down certain ship traffic. Which, yeah, if you're in the lower and slower, that's where you really appreciate it, I think. So from that, yeah, definitely, you know.
Yeah, understood. Let me give you a flavor of what some of the chat are saying. So, Kurt says, I really hope they just make it one set price instead of separating them out like they did with Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. Saren says it's more of a highly polished arcade game to me, which is an interesting perspective. Fly-by-wire, fly-by-camera even, Gibbo, is definitely high on people's agenda, that's for sure. What else did I see was ask about shared cockpit as well. I mean, we're a simple bunch, really. We don't want too much. We want a chase cam. We want a shared camera. A chase camera and a shared cockpit, and it to be more.
I think they did. Yeah, I think they did say like that. The replay mode with a flyby cam, it could only happen inside the replay mode, which I was going to tell you about the camera API on this engine. It looks better. It's enhanced. There's better rendering. I don't think it's not a new sim from the ground up. There's definitely more features in there, and there's definitely a lot more for the third-party developers. I mean, we love VF4, Orbex, got friends, working Tidal are still doing incredible things. Fabio, who's able to do the camera control replay, and the features that he has, that there's the airshow assistant, he can do that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It's terribly exciting. Like, look at the progression. Look at like what's coming next. And the sim as we know it now, it's not going to tell you.
Oh, you're breaking up a tiny bit. No, you're back. You're back. You're good. Yeah, no, absolutely.
We're not losing anything. If anything, we're getting more.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I mean, I think the overall feedback is very positive from what we heard today. At least we obviously want to know more things, even like controller profiles per aircraft. It was very obvious when you saw the contrast between 2020, and 24. But coming back to the frame by frame analysis that a lot of folks have done, including yourself when you took us through it on the news one night, was that you could see, the photogrammetry was still a little melted, right? So we whereas today we saw, it's fully, 3D, and it's mesh on top, and it's AI generated. So okay, just still a bit to be clarified, and maybe that'll just come out over the course of the next few months ahead. But it's exciting times for sure. It's a great. You keep saying it. It's a great time to be a simmer, because it's the golden age of simming for sure.
Mm-hmm. No, it is. It's all brought in together. It's where you see the hardware guys, the software guys, and then the guys making the sims themselves. And like it's all happening because there's demand for it, right? I mean, give us the playground, we'll come up with the games kind of thing. And it's more of the same, but like better. And it's part of me worries a little bit because there's so much inclusion of third parties, right? I mean, you don't off the indie devs, you know what I mean? But they seem to be so far so good. It'll be, let's see where we're at in like 12 months time or 2 years time, and let's see what's coming out. But everything that I heard today, and to be fair play to them for kind of expanding a little bit more. I can imagine there's all sorts of red tape and bureaucracy about what they can and what they can't say yet. But yeah, like just a hint of caution as well. You remember the trailers for 2020 and what it could do in terms of marine traffic, road traffic, the weather systems. They fell short in a couple of areas. It was the nature of the beast. So this seems to be, well, we're going to fix the areas that kind of fell short in. So it's still great though. It's tremendous crack.
Yeah. So you're overall pleased, and you're hoping maybe to get a little more insider info, maybe over the course of the next night and tomorrow.
I'm going to give them terrible abuse. Well, I won't abuse. I'm going to give them a terrible time now tonight to find out. Kind of, hey, answer me questions, and who are you, Murf? No one's even heard of you. But all that'll happen. No, I'm going to try and find out what I can between tomorrow. Like again, they're here tomorrow to answer questions. I mean, all the guys are just. I mean, they're just across the way. They're very, very accessible, which is awesome, especially at an expo. I mean, you can walk up to Europe or 7 and say, "Hey," it doesn't have to be on a stage. You don't need an audience there to make you sound like you're something you're not. Just go have a chat with them. And from expo, they're very accessible. So yeah, I'll definitely have. And if you guys have questions as well, like if you have, the burning questions that you felt weren't answered, let us know on Discord so I can bring them to them. You know what I mean? Like that's how it works. Like so. Just
Yeah,
let us
absolutely.
know.
What's the best
I'll
way?
ask the
Let's
questions.
pop it over to Discord. I've just popped into Discord, our TwoToneMurphy Discord channel. Please do feel free to let Murf know any questions. Trains is coming up, Murf. That's one actually that's of interest to folks. So I think you might be sorry you offered, because there's lots in chat that we'd like to know more on. So that sounds good.
Yeah.
Now, Murf, tomorrow we have you back again. So we'll be back tomorrow, folks, at 1900 Zulu. Where we'll do a quick, shorter stream, quick floor walk again. If there's anything burning that you would like to see in a bit more depth or that Murf missed out on, we might cover that and a few more interviews with folks as well. But then we'll be moving over to the Microsoft presentation about the marketplace. So that's what we have to look forward to tomorrow. Because again, I think we've got a lot of questions on the marketplace as to how that'll operate in the new sim. So that will be one not to miss out on as well. Murf, just over to you, I suppose. Was there anything else that you wanted to cover, or how was your day overall today?
I reckon there's going to be creative pilot mode, looking at those models. We're saying it here, but like I reckon it's going to be create your own pilot, like an avatar maybe. Let's just think on that as we depart. But no, it's what a day, busy day, right? I've a thirst on me now that can only be quenched by right. But no, again, I just want to give a shout out, dude. You've done tremendous work keeping us all updated, and I'm prestige of running around the place here. It's great, and I broke my mic. I didn't break them, but like I can be trusted with nothing. But I've had help here as well. But no,
you did a good job. It was a good walk. You covered 2 hours well. Fair play to you. I was like, Murph, you're not gonna burn 2 hours. I will. Sure, I can talk for Ireland, and you did.
Exactly, not like me to be waffling. Yeah.
Yeah. So just so you know, that guy who did the ex Air Force pilot who does the experiences, you know, air under your ass, him. You're in trouble there, Miss Two Tone. She was in the chat at the time, so just a heads up on that. So.
These are the things I have to do. If I don't, you can't see my eyes now. You won't see me go red. Right, these are the things I have to do for the greater good of the community. Why didn't I wear these? I wouldn't have seen where my eyes are looking. Right, no, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, thanks, Gibbo. Yeah, I'm sure you defended me as well.
Don't call home. Adam did a great job on the camera. That's what I was seeing on the chat. So good job to him, folks. I'm gonna let Murf do the sign off again. It is his channel after all. Thank you so much for supporting me and for being here and keeping me company. We will be back tomorrow, as I say, at 1900 Zulu to cover the last bit of a floor walk, the sign off from the expo from Murf, and of course the marketplace announcement. So until then, I bid you farewell. Thanks so much, and I'll hand over to Murf to sign us out. See ya.
Guys, thank you so much for tuning in, both here on Twitch and on YouTube. We've had huge numbers watching tonight. I really do appreciate it. Gibbo's doing an absolute cracker of a job back in Dublin, and I am out here getting a suntan. The poor old devil. But I'm in trouble with my wife, lads. You know, we'll come up with a couple of excuses, maybe. Let us know your thoughts. How do we get out of this one? But thank you all so very, very much indeed for watching. I hope you found this, interesting and inclusive. You're able to get an idea of what goes on at Expo, and keeping up to date with all the announcements. As Gibbo said, we're back tomorrow at 1900 Zulu time. I'll be here, and I'm definitely wearing my Crocs tomorrow. I don't care because my feet are roasting. So until then, thank you all so very, very much indeed, and we'll see you next time. Take care.
Right. Murf, can you say foot golf faster? Foot golf. Foot. No, Gibbo, I can't. That's a 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 20. I now have 28 drawers. It was in the drawer. The telly turned off. Gibbo! No, you can't be... And it's
hashtag bait.
No, it isn't. They sent a virus. That was a virus that they sent.
Can I get a refund?
Sure, that's why you just sugar for the kernel. I didn't know what that was. I can't control what that screen has. Oh, my knee is hurt. Microsoft, it's Murf. Someone clip this, if you can. Do you hear the sounds? I've been blaming aircraft developers. Asobo or Microsoft need to fix this. Do you hear the noise? Outside the plane? You need to fix that, lads. It's the. Ready for this, Gibbo? I'm a little teapot, short
Dreamy, sleepy,
and
nighty,
stout.
snoozy, snooze.
Here is me handle, and here is me spout. When I get all steamed up, hear me shout. Just tip me over and pour me out. Oh, Jesus!
Oh, stop!
You see? It's usually the best. It's the best way to do things. You know what I mean? Usually the best way to do things is no matter what sort of a day you're having, just come in and just have a bit of a slag with me, you know?